Uh-oh. He's a moment late. Fire him. Out of a cannon into the sun. What is up? Okay, what is going on with that? Second time that's happened. I changed some of the draft refresh points and it got a little bit weird. So apologies for that. Let's just go look at that right now for a second. There is the source we were using. Draft overlay. There you go. I see what the problem is. It's because the drafts, when they're not visible, we're shutting down, which we don't want. But yes, one and all, welcome back to another Midweek Muster Finals Thursday. That's right, week number 8. I am a little bit dead, in case that was not obvious, but the show must go on. We've got a fun one, actually. We're going to be having B versus Elona into a grand final showdown up against the legend, the man, the myth himself, KillerPigeon, already waiting in that finals for an opponent. We're going to have a fun one here as well. Best of 5 into a best of 7, kicking off on King of the Hill. And then, of course, we're going to have Borderland, Gorge, Dry Arabia, and good old Pigeons View. Okay, I like this roster. This is a pretty cool one. It's what I would have expected. In terms of what was like missing, interesting enough, B was the guy who ended up banning out Lakeside. I thought he might try to get a little bit crafty there, but might feel like maybe that gives Elona a better chance. Hallowed Spring being removed as well. It just seems like we've got no playing in the pond whatsoever from either of the players. But there we go. That is now loaded. What's up, one and all? Thank you, thank you. Hello, one and all, indeed. What's up, Voldemar? Hopefully having a good week. I did notice a certain Voldiku has signed up for Midweek Muster number 9. Folks, we still have some slots available, so be sure to go and sign up. Get in contact with Chum if there's any issues, because I believe we've got about 25 sign-ups right now, so we have a little bit of wiggle room to slot some more of you old folks in. But you back? Hell yeah. Looking forward to it, man. And we might actually have some extra incentives coming down the line to do with Midweek Muster to encourage regular participation. I'm not going to go into the details of it just yet. I will just kind of like tease that is indeed happening. But let's waste no time here, because obviously we want to keep the show flowing, as we have got these semis and then we've got grand finals waiting straight afterwards. So look at the drafts. B, I mean, getting Roos is already solid for King of the Hill. Elona might be going for the Delhi. I know he likes it. I'm not crazy about Delhi versus Roos. I think it can really fall flat. We actually saw a pristine example of how between KillerPigeon and Dumi. That was a phenomenal game where he went for the Proxy Rax Rush. If you haven't seen that, that is uploaded on the YouTube side. I highly recommend watching that series. Phenomenal showdown between KillerPigeon and Dumi. But outside of that, Elio, like, you know, you can reserve the Delhi for quite a few maps here. Like, they fit very well for Gorge. They fit very well for Pigeon's View. Ottoman's a little bit weird, but I do like Ottomans in a draft when there's Japanese on the other side. I just think it's one of the most powerful counters. And the nice thing is it's one of the best counters to Japan while not giving anything over that's strong, if that makes sense. Like, for example, you get in a game against Japan, you feel kind of bad if you have to whip out someone like, let's say, HRE, right? Like, oh my god, how have I ended up in this position? I have to waste such a good Civ. So that's why I think Ottomans is situationally definitely justifiable. But let me get the profiles open and we'll get straight in and underway. Yeah, Roos China is just like a potent opening, right? I Mongols in the mid as well. I always rate Mongols around like the 4th pick. It's a very potent choice because it can block out a lot of civs situationally that your opponent might lean into. It's especially nice in a best of 5 draft because you end up in this situation where you know it's going to find some level of value, right? When you do it in a best of 3 draft, Mongols can feel a little bit weird because there's going to be plenty of situations where your opponent can actually just dodge the problem because there's just not enough picks on the table, right? So then you just feel like you've crippled your own draft. But game number 1, we're opening Roos versus Abba here. Interesting. Yeah, so he did go for it. I'm not crazy about it. I mean, Elio, he was the guy who got... Yeah, I think Elona, he got the winners Abbasids against Myriad in the round of 16, right? But it's just not well proven, right? Like, he had one win there. Obviously, the Louis MT was the default win. So we're going to actually see it for the first time whether it works. Hype it up, though, folks. It's time to hop into game. Whew. God damn. My throat's going to be dead by the end of the day. I can already feel it. Game capture. Why are you drunk? Okay, game capture is less drunk now. Everything else is just drunk. Yeah, I had to uninstall a few things to try and block the crashy poo issue we had. So bear with me a second because we just need to put all of the things up correctly. I totally forgot to do this because I'm a genius. Where is my score? And why is it not showing? Rogan? There we go. It's just a little bit delayed. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. We should be good to go. Oh, 1 second. Did I miss anything? No, I think everything's up and operational. I am dying to watch this game, but also actually, guys, I'm dying. If you can't hear it in my voice, we are barely surviving, but the show must go on. It is Finals Thursday in the midweek muster number 8. Elona versus B to see who is going to meet KillerPigeon in that grand finals best of 7 showdown. B opening with the formidable Roos here on King of the Hill. Elona, it has served him once well already in his series against Myriad, getting a win with the Basilisk map, but we have already seen, actually from KillerPigeon in his series against Dimu, how awkward it can be to try to play Abba into Roos on this map. Will B look for that same level of creativity and aggression, or will he take a more atypical horse archer line that might give Elona a little bit of hope if he can just build walls like he's a Brit trying to keep the Celts out? We're going to find out. It's definitely the type of map where you think you'd be able to get those walls up, and if he's quick about it and budgeted, it would work. But the trade-off is if you don't go wide with walls, you will give over all relics to B. And as we know in the Fast Castle Roos build, that is the pristine objective that really pushes you over the edge and into the finish line with the Roos. B is screwed with the map gen? How? In what way do you think he's screwed? I mean, he's got 4 gold, but are you really expecting Elona on the Abbasids to attack? Because I don't see any signs of attack, so I don't feel like he's screwed at all. The timing to get to the Sacred Site is going to be a little bit longer, right? But it's not just about rushing Sacred Site for him. It's about tempo in the mid-map, and you get that very well because of Horse Archers. So yeah, like, this is the thing. I think Roos, with that kind of box standard build, is probably the most resistant to bad spawns on King of the Hill. It's something we've learned throughout this week, why King of the Hill, you know, I thought it'd be interesting to just revisit, like, sometimes we have hits or misses with default maps. I think King of the Hill had some diversity, but at the end of the day, as expected, Roos are very dominant. Really, I think part of it is on some players just not adjusting their draft. It's kind of crazy that Roos got let through so frequently. You'd expect it to be a prio ban. And I think that's why I'm okay with the fact that we've done this map as the default one in week number 8. It forced some players to just reassess whether Roos was a ban-worthy civ in the opening phases in a way that we just haven't seen in previous weeks. It kind of felt reminiscent of when Roos was busted. So, with that in mind, you know, this is definitely kind of an uphill battle, but the good news is because we're in the best of 5 territory, it's not just going to be, oh, I'm dead, I'm screwed, there's no hope. This is looking a little bit rough, though. Is he going to wall Elona in? Or is this a proxy play? I mean, we saw the proxy racks build from KillerPigeon, but he waited until he was pulling the trigger on Castle Age. Is it possible that B is sending in Feudal? No, he's just walling him in. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, this is kind of crazy without Wheelbarrow. This is also crazy with 1 TC. I'm a little bit shocked by this, but we do indeed have B containing the Frenchman. That's kind of wild. Can't he do Ram spam? I mean, he can, but the reality is he's doing Eco Wing, so he's not going to. Right? These greedy mother duckers want to have free TC up and smiling. That's just the way they operate. And we'll look to get Predickies online for the next game. Because we are a little bit deep already. We do have Pro Scouts coming through, so B is just going to play your standard Roos experience here. I, for one, am tired of this at this point. I think Pro Scouts does need to be tweaked. I don't know, like, am I partially responsible for this? I was just thinking about this because remember, guys, like the week we introduced Scarguard, that was the same week where the Pro Scouts builds really started to ramp up. I feel a little bit guilty. I mean, players would have found it eventually, right? Maybe it's a good thing we found it so soon so that the devs can alter it quicker. But yeah, this Pro Scouts meta is a little bit awkward. I mean, you know, we've been seeing how this goes as well. Anytime I see multi-TC versus Pro Scouts, I favor Pro Scouts. It just hits a lot faster. Yeah, I mean, sure, the TC will be better long-term, but the whole idea is timing attacks. And Pro Scouts just give you so much safe food to work with, while the guy going multi-TC ends up with less safe food, so he has to come out quicker. It's pretty brutal when you look at it that way. How would you change Pro Scouts? I would increase the cost and nerf the movement speed. The other one we talked about is increasing the tech research time, but that favors China's usually too much. So like another cool way you could do this is actually hiding Pro Scouts behind survival techniques. I really like that idea because right now the efficient order just makes sense as you go Pro Scouts, then survival techniques, right? Because the logic is you would have dropped them off. If you have to go survival techniques first, it gets the added cost in there. It also gets the added delay. You know, it basically says if you really want Pro Scouts to work out, you have to keep investing to get it. So Woolen almost complete. And I mean, Elona, he's done this to himself, right? He gathered enough stone and wood to go free TC. He didn't even think about trying to block the Woolen. So this is a pretty painful start to the semi-finals for Elio. Well, if you limit Pro Scouts to only 2 or 3 scouts able to pick up deer, way too complicated of a solution. So this is a classic example where I'm going to point out that the complex solution is not the way. Simplification is what you want. You're talking about RTSs. RTSs are already some of the most complicated games you will find on the market. What you don't want to do is add more things that polarize the player, right? Your issue with RTSs is quite often they have a high barrier to entry. So why would you ever want to introduce more mechanics that don't make sense immediately to block entry? Right? You can introduce more mechanics. That's a level of complexity I can get behind. It's like more things to interact with. But when you take the things you already have and make them more confusing, it's a bad idea. Especially when the game in question is competitively leaning. And yes, Pro Scouts can indeed pick up sheep. So deer coming home anyway. The Woolen is complete. Elio is stuck. He's just going to go fast castle. He'll probably look to build maybe an archery range, build 1 ram so he can break the walls on time, but his goal should be fast castle. The problem is he's going to be so much slower. B, he's already about ready to pull the trigger on castle. We're going to be getting that high trade house. Make sure you get your numbers in because it's definitely going to that corner. Yeah, I wonder if Roos would be more interesting if... You know what? Okay, interesting idea here. What if King of the Hill was like a checker pattern of cliffs and wood? So you get cliff, then a square patch of wood, then a square patch of cliff, then a square patch of wood. You'd still end up with a lot of wood. You'd still end up with Roos like having hunting camping strategies, but you would at least handcuff the ramp up of high trade house. I do kind of like the idea of a map that does that though, right? Where like you maybe have small patchworks of trees to work with in the edges instead of like what could be infinite wood. The irony is if this map did not have a sacred site on the high ground, it would be the longest average game length map in the game, right? Because you just have people gathering wood for 4 hours straight. So, high trade house about to complete. Elio is going to be going for Millie Wing here. He could go culture. I think you just need camels. The only way you survive this is mass cameling. Because everything that Roos is going to do is just based around the idea of cavalry, right? We've got horse archer opening, knights afterwards makes a lot of sense. So you need to play blocker to that. What would be interesting actually is if B had gone for the men-at-arms strategy. I think it would have been phenomenal here. By the way, how dead do I sound? How grating is my voice right now? I'm kind of curious. Check high trade house? Dude, chill. You wait to check high trade house. You need to be 30 seconds at least into the age. Like, what's your rush, man? It's AoE 4. We're not exactly the most speedier games. You got time. Millie Wing now on the way. Elio definitely not going to tap out too quickly here. Has realized a pretty substantial 18 village lead, but that should be shrunk now by the warrior monks coming in. So relics will be coming home for B. On top of that, you know, we've got the hunting cabin here, which is giving 30 gold. Another one for 30. Basically a villager each. And then you've got this bad boy. 260 gold. Ishi ai caramba. Basically about 6 to 7 villages worth of gathering a minute. The horse archer's already on the way. We do also have the wooden fortress on the front line. I actually like this from B. Just guarantees there's no easy breakout for Elio. Elio, who is, by the way, going into the Horseman. This worries me a bit, because if this gets spotted at all, which it very easily could, you're going to end up facing off against Knights as well. And there it is. Man, B just knows. Double stable drop coming in. So, you know, he has Flexi here. You can either go Knights or you can go into Horseman. He's got so much value off the Pro Scouts that he's going to be able to afford whatever he wants. This is a pretty bad position for Elio to find himself in, man. I mean, the fundamental problem now is the Horseman isn't going to break you out here. Like, you need a premium backline unit. And the only one that makes sense is going to be probably Crossbows in his eyes because he's paranoid about Knights. This spawn is a huge disadvantage for B. It should be a remake. He didn't call for it. It is on the players to call for a remake in the first 3 minutes if they want a remake. Otherwise, they play it out. So, yeah, there's your insights. It's the players' call. Pre-3 minutes, they can call for a remake if the spawn is egregious. But that's on them to do. So, the beautiful thing is that's actually a use of the pause function that makes sense now, where you can pause and go, I think we need a remake. And then you can explain, and if the other player agrees, immediately remake, or you can then whistle for it to happen. So, breakout coming. We do have Elona now going into the crossbows we talked about. This is problematic. Realistically, this is what we expected, but the problem now is your opponent does have Horseman coming. He made the right pivot. So you don't even get an opening window as Elona where you can beat the comp, right? Because you're expecting Knights plus Horse Archers, but the cool thing about what B has done here is he's taken a budgeted approach. He's getting double whammy, right? He's paying half the price to get the appropriate unit compared to going for those Knights. And this is still a comp that is going to be very healthy for the boys' Fortitude. And it's kind of crazy to think that after all this time, after all the nerfs we did see gradually the boys' Fortitude, I think it was nerfed 2 or 3 times in total in the history of the game. It might have been, I think it once had slightly higher health maybe. It definitely had a much lower cost. But every time we nerf it, it doesn't matter. Like, these metas arrive and it still remains a very, very valuable tech. Mobile's now on the way from B. Does at least have Wheelbarrow this time. So a little bit quicker about this. We don't have the Stone Gathering for a keep drop. I actually prefer that. B's behind on economy, so he needs to just keep bloating military. And he needs to find these early skirmishes before Elio is able to realize his economical advantage into a military one. From the walls coming in, Elio's going to have to back away though, man. The problem he has is, while the cavalry can rotate wide, his crossbows can't. They're too slow. So Elio is kind of in a weak point now where these walls will be allowed up. Like, he can't really stop it from happening. On top of that, we have the Trebuchet moving in. I love that target point. Blacksmiths just trying to remove the ability to buff what little army Elio has. One Treb should not be quick enough to take this out before Undermesh, but he could block Steeled Arrow. B, about to have 5 relics in his purview. 276 gold now coming out of that. 32 on the Hunting Cabins. I mean, he's in a very good position here, right? Like, he's not actually touching gold physically at all, yet he's milking it. He's got 800 gold income a minute passively. Remember, he hasn't even dropped off the final 2 relics yet. Yeah, this is kind of ludicrous, right? Like, the only problem is B's comp doesn't use gold well, but what he can temporarily use it for is getting all these blacksmith techs. We've got Boys Fortitude on the way. That is going to be a ludicrous buff to his army. Remember, Horse Archer's only 85 health, Horseman only 155. So 25, a noteworthy increase to your percentile HP overall. Probably, I'd say, like, balance of this army, I'd say he's getting about 15 to 20% more health on the entire army. 15 seems more appropriate with the more horsemen coming through. Castle Turret's a pretty smart choice as well. Remember, that buffs even all the garrison points, so you could actually, in a jiffy, just drop a bunch of Horse Archers in there and do more damage. The Trebs moving in now. So Blacksmith got denied. We do have the Undermesh queued up, but wait. Yeah, so he had to sacrifice Steeled Arrow entirely. I mean, these horsemen are going to eat like it's Christmas. They've only got the 4 armor right now, but really nothing to stop B going for that level 2. So does Elio actually have a good enough comp yet? I don't think so. This is the problem with flooding horsemen, right? He has to make a farm transition before he can do it. I mean, this shows you exactly why Pro Scouts beats 2TC so often. Definitely on King of the Hill anyway. just a fantastic map for it because you have a win condition. It's easily achievable with your fast castle rush. The problem you've got here for Elio is like, he can have all the economy in the world. What he doesn't have is a clean farm transition to then blow. He's finally there now at 44, but it's taken him all this time. Meanwhile, his opponent, who is drastically behind on villager count, is only 500 food a minute behind on that income source. All because Elio has to keep gathering so much wood. Mango shots coming in on both sides. Breakthrough on the wall. I mean, this would be the moment where deleting the wall might be worth it, but choke point just big enough for the horsemen to spread out. It's so difficult for these crossbows to dodge the mango shots. Elona, it's just the difference in HP here. You do at least have the Camelonese reducing the damage to your enemy's army, but the boys' fortitude is kind of rebalancing the fight. The Camel numbers are a little bit lacking here. Only a handful left over. Breakthrough comes in. Horseman able to crumble the manga now. B will go for the 10th reset. Wants to get that Saint's Blessing on the front line because they're about to break through, and those crossbows, it's going to be chow time upon them. We do have Knights now coming from B. And Elio now forced to go into the spears, but he just threw so much of that fight, and nothing really changed for the numbers, right? He remains around 30 military. B remains around 60 to 70. What doesn't remain the same is the timer. Down to 4.5 minutes. The clock is ticking. Elio time is not on his side, and no longer is the crossbow mass. They find themselves out of position with the dive. The horsemen about to wipe them out. Next up on the chopper block, all of Eliona's economy. Game 1 will be a win for the 3D clan member. Elio's still got wiggle room to strike back, but if this is the process to do so, it doesn't instill faith. We'll have to see what we can do in game number 2. Has Reese lost this map? I think we had 1 or 2 games where they lost. So, bloody hell, my throat is going fast. Let's mark that one up. It's going to be a win for Rushki. Game number 2, Boardland. Okay, interesting choice by Elio. I thought he'd go somewhere where he could leverage the Delhi, but the problem is Chinese holds him hostage. So maybe Boardland works for him. We've got French versus Mongols. This is not bad. I think Mongols are kind of overrated in this matchup. It's very hard to get that pristine outpost rush that just ends the game. We'll catch up in the early game, though. It's time to find out if maybe B can do that. I mean, Mongols versus French, a classic matchup. One that used to be a nuisance for the French because they could not touch their gold. Spawns like this, will that be the case in game number 2 of our semi-finals? That's what we're going to find out. B, of course, Mongols definitely should be looking to express their tempo here. We have seen a few people leaning away, actually, from going for the outpost rush, even against French. Feels risky here, though. French are just going to amplify their economy if you do so. You have to keep in mind, at this point in the game, they are already, what, 1.5 villages ahead. It's actually ludicrous just how quickly the lead builds. Courtesy of the Mongols, of course, moving the TC, and the French just producing quicker. So yeah, a little bit of an ugly position to start with. I mean, B, I don't think we've seen too many Mongol plays on this particular map, right? We've seen a handful, but French Mongols, I feel like French has been the more dominant party witnessed on this one, at least. Where are the predictions, actually? What the hell, I can't... Oh, there we go. It's hidden in the UI. So let's go ahead. So game 1, of course, will win for B. I mean, Elio, this is kind of a signature civ for him as well. It's one of his most played. I'd say, like, the most played for Elona has to be French, Delhi. What else is there? I mean, he plays a healthy amount of Rus, but who doesn't, right? Like, when I think Elona, I think French... I think Delhi. Looks like we are getting the outpost rush. You need to be very careful about this. I think B's timing is actually off. I don't know what happened here, but like, you know, I think it was the TC movement that slowed him down. Because gold gathering wise, Elio's already on his way up. Sheep haul is insane, by the way. B got 21 sheep. Elona only has 12. This is a big deal. Because now you can kind of lean into that starvation. For Mongols, it's all about slowing down your opponent's feudal age and ramping yours. That's really how you win as Mongols in 9 out of 10 games. Unless your name's me and Mike and you like rushing Imperial Age, but not many people do that. Looks like he's going to throw the Falcon out. He does know where the gold is, and it's going to be a shuffle in. Now, Elona Wow, B is going to get right up in his face here. In fact... What? Okay, so that was a mistake. Elona, I'm pretty sure that torch connected, so he just paid B for the service of hitting the mining camp once. Outpost is going up, but guys, not the end of the world for Elio. He does have a northern retreat gold here. The bigger deal, though, is going to be the tree line. If your plan is to counter by opening arches, you now have one predictable tree line you can play towards. If you go out here, same way as the gold, you're just going to give a funnel point for B to target. B, what the hell happened with this one? I mean, I guess the other option didn't feel very good. Question mark is where we're going to be seeing Pro Scouts this time. I mean, we have to get past the issue of the gold blocker first. Pro Scouts, I know B's a big fan of it. He does it a lot on Mongols as well. I actually think going Pro Scouts here slows down your aggression and gives Elyo a way in. So I'm hoping, praying actually for his sake, that he plays the age appropriately. Do not expect Silver Tree, because this man is not insane. Deerstone is now in the way. Okay, B might... Okay, fair enough, Shocky. He might have tapped the mining camp up fully. I didn't quite glance it. I say you mean Elona, yeah. So Elio, he's going for that second tree line we talked about. We'll slow down to 1x now because we are caught up. B, problematic, right? Like, the ideal world is you outpost to block the tree line. I think the Mongol outpost rushes can be a little bit deceptive on this map. Because although you block the gold, because of the splitting of trees, unlike, say, a dry Arabia spawn where my gold is next to my primary tree line, you don't get that same tree of a double blocker. So Helio is able to now get into the healthy comp. He's got the first night out. I love the fact that he opens this. He actually strategized to get the appropriate amount of gold. He even pulled 4 out in the gold to guarantee. This is very important because it gives him openings. Think about what happens here for B. He now has to react by going for an outpost defensively, something he doesn't want to have to do. Especially when you're in a game where you know you're falling behind. An outpost coming from Elio on the north side, but he did clutch that gold we talked about. Khan does see it, but I mean, B, now what do you do? Because the problem I see here is if your strategy is to go into Keshiks, you haven't successfully denied French gold long enough to do so. So B has to go Spearman Archers and just try to blob. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, this matchup. There was a very, very clear time where Mongols were favored, but Mongols were favored everywhere at that time. Ever since then, you know, French can be annoyed by Mongols, but especially ever since they got the Dark Age production rate back on their TC, I think French have been less bothered by Mongol play. It becomes a matchup where the Mongol player really has to work hard to outplay their opponent. No, Mongol does feel like a sad civ, though. I think it's a polarizing feeling, right? Like when the game first came out, Mongols were rewarded for outright aggression, but as AoE 4 has settled into its meta, and as we've appreciated and accepted more and more that this is a defensive RTS, a civ like Mongols looks more sucky. Because they can't defend, they have to attack, right? So while other civs, and sorry, I'm just taking my boot off. While other civs can lean on the defensive, play for their timings, Mongols don't really have that same luxury. They're very much about the feudal timing. Has been that way for a while. I mean, you know, they at least used to have the trading to amplify, and the logic of trading being good is now you have to react to me, okay? Like, you know, Santa Claus has come early for me this year. But the problem is people just got too good at blocking Silver Tree. Silver Tree changes as well around trade hurt the Mongols. Remember, we used to have that trade trick that was really good for Silver Tree. When that got removed, the scaling point of trade got hit hard, and I think that pretty much knocked Mongols out of the stratosphere of an eco-building civ that they once were. A bit of poke coming in here. I love this from Elio, though. He went for spears. I mean, it makes sense, right? He could be going knights, but instead he's going pro scouts because what B tried to do here is very smart. We knew he was going to be going pro scouts, but the classic thing about that tech right now is if one player goes, that the other one kind of has to. So Elona, instead of just going knights and trying to trivially block all these deer stacks, he jumps the gun into the tech himself, cheaper than what B has to pay, by the way, with a better economy already, and then supplements with infantry. I actually love that, man. That's very crafty. Because now B's in an awkward position that Elona should have been in, which is, I can build heavy cavalry, but I sure as crap can't block all the scouts. There's just too much deer on the map. We've basically got, what, 6 different locations you can gather from? It's just way too much to keep track of. Buff Ubu the eco a bit. I mean, why don't we just make Gur able to be dropped off at when it's not unpacked? Like, the more I think about it, it's not like it's a new concept to the Age of series. We literally have Age of Mythology Norse that have Ox cards. Kind of feel like Mongols could just basically have Ox cards. So Good is coming home. Elio now getting into the Knights on a delay. Like I said, you know, he's always going to go Knights, but it's just how you navigate it. A lot of people would have just blunt force sent Knights, and they would have had a problem here. Because you would have been running into Keshik, Spear, and Archer. Right? Yes, obviously you can argue that B is building way too many unit types, but he'd get a window to open you up. Also, another thing about Mongols that is awkward is just the Gertech suck. Right, like the improved, they're not that great. 7.5% extra is kind of okay, but I think maybe the stone cost is a bit too high. 150 stone just feels way too drastic in the early game to sacrifice. But the more important ones are things like, you know, the wheelbarrow I don't think is that grand. Forestry was at once upon a time seemed decent, but ever since you now can't just quick chop through tree lines, it's pointless. And then there's just stupidity of Pro Scouts. I'm not going to say we should buff the Pro Scouts improve because we already have a Pro Scouts meta. But yeah, definitely a civ that feels like it needs something extra. It's tough to kind of figure out what exactly that would be. That makes sense thematically, but also doesn't just feel like we're copy and paste templating. I'd love to see them have some extra economical element that's unique to them. I think I talked about this before, the idea of like a pasture-esque building that you could put workers in, they garrison inside and gather. I don't know. It doesn't fix the early game economy, but maybe the mid-game economy becomes very intriguing because of that. Bring back Release Khan. I would rather jam my testicles in the door, but thanks for the suggestion. Interesting that you sent the Knight here. I don't like this from Elio. I mean, you're just hemorrhaging health and doing no damage. This must have been a misclick. Very expensive misclick as well. He does at least have the Horseman, the Knights, now blocking the Scout play on the south side, so B's going to be frustrated by that. We do have Spam dodging the problem of that tower by just instead blocking the Deer play. B has a lot of Keshiks right now. There is actually a strike point for him, but he needs to move. I don't like these reacting south instead of going in. Because he's buying time now for Elona to just wall up, anchor himself safely, right? Elio, I mean, dude, the food is looking good. The income difference is substantial. And what is up? That is substantially impressive and helpful. Thank you very much, Iterald, for the 3 months sub in advance. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Remember, guys, do get those subs in. We have got not just the semi-finals today, but immediately afterwards, we are going to be hopping into a grand final showdown between the winner of this and Killjadi. Best of 7, in fact. And then, did I mention that tomorrow we run it back again? Because midweek muster is every week. Can Khan Pro Scout? No. Interesting idea, but no. Nice interception south. Finally, we do have a real commitment here. I think the Knight that went in early died, but finally, Elona is going to be getting access to a secondary gold. Makes sense, right? He's getting low on the gold right now. He's down to half of what was available there. He doesn't want to be switching to the secondary gold after he runs out. It just makes you predictable and targetable. Now, by opening this gold at this point, if B shuts you out north or south side strong, you can just avoid the fight. It's just rough, though. The problem for me is he doesn't now have an outpost to lean off of the archers with, right? Like, he needs that movement speed. It's crazy, right? Because he just has so many more Keshiks in the fields. But they're not all here. On top of that, just a handful of Knights, a few spearmen behind it, makes it impossible unless B does bring in those archers. I'm wondering if B is looking for a sneaky tech play in the next 3 minutes. We do have Bloomery coming through. That's just a mirror, though. Elona already got that for free. Another bigger problem, like, yeah, you got Undermesh, but the Steel Arrow answer came out, right? So you still take noteworthy damage. Can Mongols beat French in a straight-up feudal? If by 8th they're going to fight? No. But by raiding, yes. The whole idea, though, is the outpost, the lacking. If you have outposts, you can just outraid your opponent. The other cool thing is if you counter-trade, French suck at counter-trading because of Deerstone. Your villagers can just run away from the French Knights. You minimize losses, right? But right now, we're not seeing that for B. We're seeing him keep the entire army at home. He's looking to ego chow the main fight. Flash comes in. Knights won't get the counter saddle charge off. But the Spearmen are actually getting good value into the Keshk line here. Archers fighting up against each other. Knight count is looking low, but the Keshiks, looks like the second wave coming in was good enough. Elona, an overextension, a big mistake made there. Did not put his heart and soul on the line. Held so much food in reserve. I don't know what the hell Elyo was thinking there. And B, a perfect opportunity to counterattack and go 2-0 up now. Needs to move fast. This is exactly what B needed. My worry is that if he waited too long, if he focused on taking this main fight and Elyo was tempered in his approach, you were just going to see a villager lead that just got too big. But B, he extracted value off of Elyona's over-aggression. Now, we do have an immediate reblow. Despite that really good fight, B needs to do damage right now because out of nowhere, Elyona is punting what feels like a million knights into the ether here. Villagers trying to get the outpost up. Bit of mistake made there, but the movement speed arrow has already been used. Nice. Jump on in. Need to be careful because now you discombobulate the fight. The archers overextended here. Nice, just munching down upon it. I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? Like 11 Keshik now to 8 knights. Considering how this looks outside of B's base, Elyo doesn't just have the defender's advantage, he has an insane bloat coming here. He's identified that B is not playing into the direct counter of knights. This is bad for B, because if you can't stop the charge coming out via brace with a handful of spears, your opponent is just going to out-damage you every day of the week. It's already a fight where a knight beats a Keshik one-on-one, but now it's even further. What happened to my voice? I got ill. That's what happened. But I'm providing you guys the content anyway, even though I'm dying. Much love. And I was going to keep my cool, but then these games had to get wacky. I mean, that fight was crazy. B taking advantage of this to now go for step readout. I mean, but, are you taking advantage? Or are you about to be taken advantage of? Because if B had made this choice before that dive into his enemy's base, I would have understood it. But you just gave Elyona all the time in the world to rebuild his raw knight count. And now we have a really big problem here. He's playing aggressively forward for gold because he has to. The Knight Mass is on the way. They might intercept this the moment it completes, and that is not long enough of a wait for B to be able to fight. To be or not to be, that's the question. And it's not going to be. Elyo finds him, and B will regret not bringing more. Has to shuffle away. You can't tech this up. There's nothing to hold the front line. And Elyo is going to be able to swiftly strike back in game number 2. I mean, you're going to have to cancel it. There's no way. If you wait, you lose even more. Double outpost, at least doing some damage against this many knights. It's going to feel moot or irrelevant. The villagers are not building this at all, folks. This is just a feudal v feudal where one player has tied a hand behind his back. A hand worth 1,800 resources. Oh, now getting the surround from both sides. Those knights loop-de-looing. I just don't see a way. It's now a 20 villager lead. And B, in return, has absolutely nothing to show for it. Damn. I was worried after game 1 we were just going to get a bit of a stomper, but folks, it looks like we are going to have a series here. He's trying to finish the tech up. God knows he needs to, but the Knights immediately target it. Elyo has dismantled the strategy. And yes, if the building's damaged and you cancel, you are going to lose some resources. B now pulling the 16, but this is over. There's ambitions in this man's mind. But there's about to be a bunch of arrows in his head as well. The villagers do at least make it out, courtesy the Yam, and then they'll make it fast into the afterlife as well. Tries to shuffle away. But we are going to be seeing a 1-1 going into game number 3. Damn. I mean, ballsy attempt by B. I'm a little bit surprised he even built the step readout that far forward. If he built it at home, he would have got away with this. It just felt like he had too much efficiency brain. Remember, you can get your hands on the pack-up tech so much earlier in the game now. Superior mobility can be researched in Age 2. If B had just done that and moved the step readout out, there's maybe a chance that he makes this work. But he unnecessarily punts on the front line and gets, as expected, punished for exactly that. B's got to be feeling it after that one, right? Like, that was an unforced error. After he used Elyona's over-aggression against him and then made the mistake of aggressing himself, it's bad enough you immediately say, I guess I'll go Castle Age, but to do it in such a way is something he's got to reflect on after this series. But now he needs to focus in because we are going further in game number 3. Just a second. God, I'm dying. All right, so game number 2. Let's get ready for the third. Elio has struck back. That was the Mongol versus French. I mean, it's crazy. Like, Elio should have been in a dominant position, you'd think, earlier than that. But, you know, he did kind of throw away the lead. No dying KP. Dude, I'm trying not to. But, as you can hear, it's very difficult. Hopefully, it's not making the commentary completely unlistenable. I hope. Fingers crossed. Idea from YouTube, maybe Mongols can gather quicker from sheep. The problem with that play is I think it leans way too much into RNG in a game that arguably already has too much RNG, right? KP at the end of the day will be interesting. I'll be dead. And then tomorrow we've got freaking round of 32. We might just be very chill casting tomorrow, I think. I'm gonna need to. But game number 2. Win for Elio. The lad's on the board. Start predictions for game 3. And we'll hop on in. Just a minute or 2 behind, so we'll catch up to live. Get yourself a tea? I mean, I can't bring a tea out here. Remember, I'm on crutches. It's very difficult. What's the top of my PC look like? What do you mean, from like dust or whatever? Absolutely clean. It's got dust filters there, built into the case. Well, we go from signature pick to signature pick for Elona, but we have a problem here. He may have the OP deli. He may have one of his most comfortable civs. But B is getting cozy too. It's China time. Chinese on Dry Arabia, an El Clasico blocker pick to the Delhi. And Delhi, although they have been going for the Dome of Faith builds a lot, don't expect to see it in this game. This is a classic matchup where if you don't go Tower Victory, Zhuge Nu Scourge equals death. Opening play is going to be, what, 9 sheep to 13, so that at least is good for Elona. We're on the 2x speed just until we're in Feudal Age here. As we're catching up to the live, but yeah. Oh, what? Okay, this is dangerous now, because B has options. So guys, the reason why you go Tower Victory against Chinese is if they choose to go Zhuge Nu, you need your archers to clear the Chinese spearmen to get in, right? Like, that's why a lot of people still lean Tower Victory in China/Yuji. It's not as bad in China as it is on Yuji, because Yuji will hit you and punish you for this play, whereas China don't like rushing Barbican as much these days. But if B sees this, I mean, he's got options. He can either go for the fast castle build, or he can just go for the all-in Barbican feudal. But before we get to that, we have to get to pro scouts. Now, this is interesting, actually, because Elio can't do anything to stop the pro scouts play. It comes in too fast, right? Like, this is the obnoxiousness of the Chinese, is they supervise and get it in 30 seconds. So you can already start yoinking deer away at an insanely early point in the game and get access to an insanely good gathering rate. Elio will be mirrored. His berry gathering that's so good will just be pushed out by the deer. Although he has pro scouts on his way as well. That's 3 minutes out for Elona. He has at least got the Ghazi getting ready to pump, but they're going to be way too late to block the pro scouts returning goodies. And B, wait, what? Okay, guys, this is a very interesting approach by B. Instead of adding in the stables and adding in additional scouts, he's only on 1 scout and is slowly pulling back deer. So I kind of like this, though, because the Spearman will block the Ghazi from ruining the Pro Scouts play. So it's like, yeah, you delay your timings, but what you get is you get a cleaner pass into that second deer pack. And it makes sense, right? Like, if you think you've got that much tempo over your opponent, you don't really need to rush all the deer back. You only need enough that your food gathering doesn't stop. He does need to get more scouts in fast. Like, we're up to 16 villages now on the food. With the sheep running out, he needs to make sure he's very clean on these drop-offs. You know, his stables will still get spin before Ghazi's come out? Yeah, but the problem you run into is whether you can actually afford to get enough spears out fast enough at that point, right? Like, I think that's what he's worried about. Is because, remember, against, like, standard horseman play, sure, but you're against Ghazi, double pump production rates every 13 seconds. So, with that in mind, I can kind of see the logic in B's mind why he thinks he needs to go this way. It's the whole idea of getting spears out before your opponent just completely outnumbers you. Like, you can see these spearmen are already struggling to take down the Ghazi, right? Yes, it's a 1-for-1 trade, which is actually good for B. But, you know, if he hadn't gone for those spears early, wait second, there'd already be 6 to 7 Ghazi at least here, and you would have to wait on your deer entirely. Which, for a guy who has no sheep left, is not an option. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? I'm kind of curious. 71% for B. You know, I'm starting to think you guys may have watched Chinese versus Delhi before. Because that is kind of the expected outcome. Especially on a map like this. The interesting thing is how the meta switched. Because I was talking about how, like, the Barbican play is really good. The reason why you didn't see the Barbican drop on the Sacred Sites is because this is not a Tower Victory build. This is not needed. But... you know, like, before this Pro Scouts meta, this was just meant to be Tower Victory versus Juke every time. But it's interesting how even when you switch to a Pro Scouts meta, there's still a lot of favorable elements for China because of just how quickly they unlock that tech. Right? Delhi that is using this Civ is like, you need to dance to my pace of tech unlocks. China is a rare gem that doesn't. Because the thing about China is they can wait so much longer to go for their techs than you, because of how quickly they get them with the supervision. It's a unique thing to both China and Juji that no other Civ can really match on the same scale. Right? There are some Civs that get slightly quicker tech timings, but nothing like China's. Why not BBQ and go Song? He's stockpiling. This is what the Archer play is about. So we got 1-1-1. It's kind of interesting, actually. And it's working quite well at this stage. Scholars are kind of making the difference. The Spearman isn't being finished off. Now, I don't know, Elyona's kind of getting out microed here. That one Spearman just doing way too much damage for way too long in that fight. Sacred Sites have been locked in, but now the Scholars can get pinched. The decaps can follow. I think Elyona made a critical blunder here. He was saving for Castle. Whether intentional or because he's so focused on the fight, I'm not sure, but... you need to reinvest in this age, man, because B is looking to do exactly that. We could still get Song eventually to get into Juke, but this is all about a push. Archers, Spears, Horsemen, now all able to barrel towards Elyona's base. Unbelievable. And whether Elyo was too focused on that fight to realize what was happening with his economy, or whether this was always the idea, this is what he's stuck with now. He can tech. Whether it's going to be valuable is a completely different decision. Different discussion, rather. Not just that, I'm worried about the food sources failure. House of London is coming. But he has what? Okay, so in fairness, he has 13 sheep still. So he's not going to get starved out. But B, does he feel like he can send it now? He's still scaling a few units, but I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a castle timing out of him. And this is where China can feel really vile in most matchups, is that you think you've got a tech edge, But here's the thing. If B just starts saving up now, your tech edge is maybe 20 to 30 seconds long. And the problem is that China can amplify their upgrades in a way that you just can't. Not with 5 scholars anyway. This is why Fast Castle can feel a bit dicey against China. I think as Delhi, you have to play a longer feudal age. If you do Fast Castle, you don't have enough of these cheap scholars to match what the Chinese can do. Tech out complete. B's not in a position to keep playing long feudal. He can do some pressure at least. He can snatch away all the deer, which would be huge. Ghazi definitely can't stop him. I think B is gradually going to find himself organically in castle just because of taxation. You're seeing how it's already adding up here. There's just not really enough text to buy to justify this. In the meantime, though, the deer snatch continues. Elyo, he does have those sheep, 13 of them. So maximum potential food. He's sitting around, what, about 24 to 2,500 because some of them are already clubbed. I like this choice to get men-at-arms. It makes a lot of sense when you've got limited food. It's more cost-efficient. The problem I see is men-at-arms doesn't give you a kill point counter. And what that means is that B can now just do what he wants with the map. Men-at-arms aren't going to come at you quickly. So, you know, if B starts seeing these MAA, the most logical solution is you just then go castle. And we don't even have Hone Blades first as well, which is another thing that feels weird. And we've got Barbican drop coming. Okay, so B. Well, he stopped unit production. Interesting he went Barbican to then likely go castle. Instead of just straight up going castle. Right, because remember, this costs a third of what your castle age costs. But it shows you how comfortable his positioning must be that he doesn't feel threatened at all. Leo does even have Knights getting added in. But we can see there's not much food left over here after the deer got snatched away, right? So he's got probably about 400 berries left, then 700 deer. Elyo has already exhausted himself down to 8 sheep carcasses, which are being actively harvested right now. Means he's sitting probably about 1,200 food left. The flash comes in, the men-at-arms. They do not have any upgrades. No home blades, no melee attack, no melee defense. This is a feudal army that can win. No way, Elyo. A complete misread of his timing here. It probably felt like he needed to stand out here to defend. But not having any techs with 10 scholars. This is crazy. He 100% forgot. You're right. Like, if we have a look. Yeah, they're getting queued up now. He probed the undermesh, and I don't know why. You don't need it. You're against archers and feudal. You only need undermesh 1. Unbelievable. Remember, the level 1 tech's coming quicker than the level 2s, so I mean, he just crippled himself, essentially. I am just flummoxed. Guys, like seriously, you don't need undermesh level 2. Even against, like, archers. Regardless, you can do, sure. But definitely not against archers. Because you have 4 base armor. These guys can only do a maximum of 6 damage. It just makes no sense. Oh, yeah, now in a pickle. B, he caught up on the tech up. Veteran zeroed in for the archers. Knights already on the way. Crossbows also added in, which is the golden counter to everything Elona is trying to build. The good news for Elyo is he does have relics. All right, 2 home, 3rd on the way. Bad news is he doesn't have food. This is going to be about 3.5. No, guys, it's more than that. He got about 3.65 deer stacks out of a total 4. That's insane. Which is why you're now seeing Elona forced to build into farms already. And oh no, Elyo. Oh, the wall in the corner. Imagine if he gets away with this. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Walk to range the TC. Ranged attack 2 already in as well. I mean, maybe now it was a good idea to go for wedge rivets, but feels kind of moot at this stage. Especially when you consider that Elona's actual aggressive army count stands at 6. You need to work on your micro. I mean, when you're running men-at-arms across the map, there's not really much to micro, right? Maybe you shouldn't be taking that fight, but in the fight itself, it's like there's not much you can target because everything can kite you. I'd say for Elona, the bigger thing is like working on which techs you prioritize. That was the biggest gaping issue in this game. Or rather the strategy overall, right? Because although the micro and the center fight on the sacred side wasn't great, the bigger problem he had there is that he wasn't reinvesting the age. He was just doing the wrong thing. And what is up, Joro? Doing the right thing, resubbing. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the prime. Remember, guys, get those primes in. Got plenty of games today, and I wouldn't want you to miss any of them. Another awkward issue here is no textiles. We've already seen some workers dying to these little raids. Being now ahead by 10 eco units, and the wraparound's coming in, guys. Even if you just get out alive on the berries, the bigger problem that Elona has is all of his food gathering is happening back here. Flash coming in now. We do have the elephants arriving, but I mean, lift shrug, right? It's one elephant. These even... Okay, you guys want to talk about micro. How about that? He backs off the injured one by one. The problem is you've got one elephant, which Lancers can't kill, but you've got an economy that's so wide that one elephant can't protect it. All right, elephants might be fat, but they ain't that fat. Defensive wall loss from Elio. I just do not see the way. He would be the truest of miracle workers if he somehow pulls this off into a recovery arc. And these are best of 5s. You can see it by the bottom right corner. We put it down there nicely. So the problem now is you've got Corp going in elephants against an opponent who's already scaling crossbows. And that is the counter, by the way, to elephants. Just build crossbows. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat the crap, right? I think Elona he messed up by rushing castle. He had a bad skirmish in the center, and then he made it worse by trying to get out of feudal age quickly. China's just so good at punishing that now. A civ that used to be redundant for feudal age, felt like they needed to rush castle and rush multiple TCs, has evolved into, I think, actually the secret scary beast, the secret boss at the end of the game, right? Like, China to me is bordering, if not already, an S tier. They are that applicable of a civ. There's rarely a map where they feel bad. It's just sometimes you feel bad to not save them for a map where, you know, you need something that can jack of all trades, shall we say, right? Like, you know, like when you draft H3 when you could have instead drafted multiples. But across the board, China is just in a phenomenal position. They've always had these strong elements, but the catch historically has been those strong elements come in later in the game. With the changes made, especially around the Imperial Academy getting buffed a while ago, you saw this civ evolve into something that's scary and present in feudal in a way that they'd never truly been before. Crossbow is about to mop up that elephant. All right, cool, GG. Dumbo is dead. This is not the 80s. Nowadays, everyone wants to just watch Frozen. And maybe a Lilo and Stitch remake. Which is appropriate, because just like Stitch, B is the absolute monster in this one. Game 3 going to the 3D Clown Boy. Potentially one more left. Let's see if he can close it out in 4. Remember, winner of this going up against Kiljadi right after. All right, so let's get ready to go. Pay out the predictions. I am dying. Na 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 na. God, what a crappy commentator, this voice. So, let's mark it up. That was the Chinese versus Delhi pick. This is where Elio's draft gets a little bit weird, right? So, we're going to high view. He picked the Malians. I've yet to see the Malians win on this map. COVID? I don't know. People do tests these days. What happened to my voice? I'm dying. That's what happened. I'm ill, but I go above and beyond to provide you guys with content. Like, what's happening, guys, is despite the fact that I am dying with my vocal cords right now, I don't want you guys to miss out on semi-finals and grand finals, which is why we are grinding out, baby. Game number 4. Elona has picked a Civ that I don't think I have yet seen win in the deeper phases of this tournament series. We're on a high view. Malians have looked terrible here. They just can't seem to get the dubs. Ayyubid, on the other hand, have done reasonably well. This is going to be a little bit worrisome for Elona. I want to see what his approach is going to be because we've seen Farimba builds, we've seen 2TC Farimba builds, we've seen Fulani builds. They've all fallen flat. Usually it's against French, Rus, English. Ayyubid's not as often, but Ayyubid can be pretty potent in this matchup with the Dervish wing build because of the pressure you can apply early on. The one thing I'll say for Elona that's good here is realistically B should not be able to go for the Dervish desert raided cheese in the early game because Javelins is the pristine counter to both of those. Oh yeah, we need to do predictions, don't we? Game number 4. There you go. You guys got 2 minutes. Let's speed up for the age 2. So, what? No, we are not validating this. Okay? We don't give validated parking in this area. This is Pro Scouts. I've seen this build a few times, advancement wing into Pro Scouts. I'm not crazy on it. I guess it's because he's expecting Elona to do it. That's at least the merit, is that you get it much quicker than the Malians can. Which you need to, because if you are delayed in your Pro Scout timing, Malian Warrior Scouts destroy you. Is that hair and goatee dyed? No. I have only ever dyed my hair once, and it was, oh god, frosted tips. It wasn't even like root dye. It was when I was in high school. Only time I've ever dyed my hair in my life. Malians feel too slow compared to the top Civ this patch. I think they can work. It's just the Pro Scouts meta I don't think favors them. Because the whole shtick is easy gold and easy food because you can just pump cattle and eat them, right? So, you know, if you have that safety band, it's very powerful. Like, Malians have been very obnoxious for their ability to just camp and not be pressured. The issue you now have is, like, everyone's getting Pro Scouts. They can now just not be pressured as well. So your biggest advantage, everyone else has. It's like... How to compare it to another Civ that would make sense. It's like, imagine if every Civ got access to prelates, right? It's kind of how it feels. Like a prelate was 30% instead of 40%. They just do it. It's that good. Imagine if every Civ suddenly got the outpost or attack speed in English, right? Like, or to make it a more kind of economical, like, comparative. Imagine if every Civ got, like, Imperial officials, right? Like, that's how it feels being Malians right now with the Pro Scouts meta. How much dono and quiz to bring back the frosted tips? Mate, it ain't happening. If I put frosted tips in, it would be on a subathon and it would probably be a few thousand. Well, not thousand subs, but like money raised. Doing that to my hair again, Jesus Christ. So as I said before, you know, I'd probably entertain the idea in a subathon of shaving my beard, but man, it would have to be high. Because I have not shaved this thing off in several years. There's the survival techniques, Pro Scouts as well, so we are getting the expected play out of Elona. I mean, the problem is he's already behind, right? Like, he got snatched. He's going to continue to get snatched. B already has Desert Rays. Dude, this is so vile. I mean, he's out playing him right now, right? Like, this is actually very, very smart the way that B has done this. Because by going into the Desert Raiders now, you can just run the Warrior Scouts down, right? If they touch the deer, they die. You know, if you thought Scouts could murder Scouts quickly, check the damage on these bad boys. They hit Scouts for 26 damage. It's legally binding. Dude, I thought the legally binding thing you guys would care more about is when I said if we start averaging 750 viewers, I'll do a Road to Conk series. Clearly, you guys didn't hear me loud enough on that one, or don't care. Gotta share the stream around if you really want that dream to come true. 26 damage, 5 melee armor. Oh yeah, I'm just talking about your ability to kill. We're not going to talk about their ability to not kill anything, right? Because remember, their Tambers hit for 7 damage into 5 melee armor. Do you get to host what? What are you trying to host? So, Burberry coming on the pit mine. I'm surprised Elio even tried for this. Road to everything. I mean, you'd have to start casting Age of Empires 4. Good luck. We're a very small scene. There's already not enough games to cast to go around. So, Desert Raiders coming in mass. Is B just really doing this? This is meant to be terrible. Why is Elona reacting with Donzos as well? I'm so confused right now. Guys, when you see mass Desert Raiders, the strategy is javelins. They counter them. Donzos don't counter them that well. Because you just get kited. Oh, come on. You sound sick? Yeah, sick of Malian picks. Yes, I am sick. In case it's not obvious, guys. I am killing my vocal cords for your entertainment. Appreciate it. Now Elona is killing himself. This is... I don't understand this build. This is crazy. Like, he's producing Sofa now. Situationally, Sofas can make sense, but this is not the situation. If there... I'm trying to think if there's a worse situation than seeing your opponents build Desert Raiders and building Sofas. It's like one of the worst unit matchups to build Sofa Feudal in. Sofas can work in Feudal Age as Raiders and counters to range mass because of the infantry damage buff and the good base, right? But against Desert Raiders... Our immune system's weak because we don't get much sunlight. Wait, isn't that Norwegians? Like Cal, for example, is so pale you'd think he's a vampire. That's how you can tell that Cal is one of the cattle that got let in the farm, in the ranch. Didn't live on the streets his whole life. Holy crap, I'm drinking something banana flavored and I just realized how bad banana is when you've got a cough. Why is that? Okay, B, dude, you're playing a 1v1 right now? Can we build something else? Oh, this game is a bit ridiculous. Does need a little bit careful, but he's whittling away at the Donzo numbers, man. I mean, Elona is trying to start stockpiling here. Melee comes in. Can't really do it for long. I don't think that was necessarily worth it with the whole mass. And backstab, Elona. Big grab here. It's not ideal for the Sofas, but they buy time for the Donzos. And B, overextending. Getting punished huge for this. Wow, that was a sick strike. Okay, so maybe this is the logic of Sofa we just didn't understand is body blockers. I don't think that was the intent, though. Like, if that was what you cared about, you just have Warrior Scouts body block instead. They're cheaper. But either way, it works for him. Why doesn't the player name keep changing side left to right? What do you mean? What, you mean on the top? Because they chose different positions in the lobby. So I think from this position, B just needs to tech up. The strategy has fallen apart. Grand Fridlani's on the way. I actually like the way Elona done this. Instead of just blobbing a million ranches and potentially losing the game of Feudal, he's getting out of the problem point in the game. I think... Have we got a tech coming? Okay, so B... In this situation, he has to be thinking growth, right? Growth at least offsets some of the problems you have here, right? Because Fridlani is going to amplify your opponent. Because he only went for 2 ranches, he's not going to be amplified too quickly. I can't believe he's still only building. Dude, this almost feels BME. It works, but it's working because Elyona's not reacting appropriately. And now, you're probably not going to react appropriately, i.e. Javelins, because you don't really want to build Javelins in Castle Age. It feels like a terrible unit transition at that stage of the game. I swear to God, if he clicks Reinforcement Wing, I'm just going to leave. Mathematically... No, just go growth. There we go. It's on the way. The other big problem for Elyo is he's not really attacking. He's reacting, right? Like, this tech up is cool if you can now do damage. The problem is because he hasn't got all the ranches, he can't afford all the extra units to pump out. And we do now once again have that Elyo issue. His macro is not on point here. 1,000 food in reserve, nothing being built. Norwegian can handle sun, English can't. When I see English and Turkey, they're always red. That just sounds like someone forgot to put on suntan lotion. I'm pretty sure that would happen to the Norwegians as well. Like what? Wait, we have B switching mass spears, by the way. Phalanx coming through. If he plays this right, he could have Elyona running headfirst into death. It's a little bit difficult with those double desert, with the double scout here. It should be seen coming. Did Malian check up before already having adequate amount of cows? Yes. But he needed it because he needed his sofas to make sense. They didn't make sense as feudal units. Now the veterancy in, they're actually decent. The problem is you're seeing here is he just doesn't have the economy you normally would from Fulani to get crap tons of units out. We'll be able to get a pinch here. Second wave is coming in, and this is the fact that Elyona does not want anymore. Right? Okay, maybe a little bit of shuffle. B, he didn't bring everything, right? This is not all the spears. Not all the Desert Raiders either, because he's got them in the back again. What? Oh my God. And that may have just decided it. Notch, another 9 worker kills on the belt. Tech up comes through. Outpost also getting upgraded here. So Elyo can't dive. I cannot believe that. Elyona, he got bait and switched. He thought he was winning the fight, but there was a reason. B, now with the growth wing complete, finds himself 20 workers ahead, which is usually enough to offset a full Lani. This is a half Lani. He's only got 9 cattle in range. Not just that, B is going to TC, which is kind of crazy. We do at least have Elyona going for relics, which makes sense, definitely needed. But B can mirror this, and Dervishes give you a very aggressive pickup timing. I'm impressed by the way he played Desert Raiders in this one, man. It's a rough unit to go with. I feel like a lot of people actually dodge using the Desert Raiders. Partially because obviously you don't want to be called out for animation cancelling. But Marv wants to be called out for that. You legend. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. What a legend. Round of applause for Marv. Let's get some KP pogs in the chat. Gulam Archers now. Oof. Archers is a bit weird. Gulams can at least make sense. I mean, they're going to suck against the Sofas, but the Archers aren't going to do better against Sofa. I was expecting Gulam crossbows. It's just a really solid build. It's very expensive, but when you're this far ahead on the economy, you should be able to afford it. Would I prefer if you donate money or gift subs? I'd say, so donating money, what, via like the PayPal link thing? That, I get 100% of that. So like donating money is definitely better than like subs. Subs, I get 50% rev. I definitely recommend you at least sub for yourself so you don't have to worry about ads. Right? Because I'll get $2.50 of that. If we have 100 unique subscribers, we get 60% instead of 50%. But like if you're like looking for the way where I get the most money, it's like Patreon gives me practically all the money. The PayPal donation link gives me practically all the money. Darvish is now coming in. Elio, how does he do this? It's not that he's in an unwinnable position. It is looking grim though. Right, like B, he hasn't gone for that second TC, but realistically could soon. And he probably will after he races for the relics. There's 2 relics left, so it's going to be a 3-2 split. Another problem I'm seeing for Elona, we still don't have all the ranches. And I'm getting a little bit worried that he's forgotten about them. And what HumOK is trying to say in the chat there is that it's very important that you don't directly gift him a sub. Because something about him having principles and not wanting to give streamers money, it means he definitely doesn't want gifted subs either, right? It's like that person who gets outraged at the big like oil tycoon companies and what they do in a said country. Like he then doesn't drive a car, you know what I mean? Because like, he doesn't drive an oil car because that would be outrageous, you know? So like making sure you don't give HumOK a gifted sub. He doesn't want it. He's got his principles to think about, guys. So 2-3 relic split complete. Sofas are now shuffling in the back. This is unnoticed by B. This could be exactly what Elona needs, but the problem is there's going to be an early warning coming in. The outpost, the 3 villages, is not the big wallop that he needs. Not the big kick to the gonads that he's been seeking. He will be absolutely fine. Backs away. That outpost is saving grace. Wait, you can actually block receiving gifted subs? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Well, that's going to be interesting then. So, like, if HumOK ever technically receives a gifted sub, then we will we will have identified how he really feels about things. All right, so outpost coming up. We got to shuffle out into the berries. I mean, he's actually coasting right now because Eliona's not pressuring. And this is fine. B can afford to coast. We've got 2TC now, so the script could change. I'm surprised that B hasn't gone for a second down set yet. We've got 5 back on stone, make it 6, so like this could be happening now. Definitely could have been a lot sooner though. If this game drags too late, you have to remember that Malians will have Fulani, aka ranches. Adding extra economy in means you can have a bigger military force. In the hyper late game, I still really rate Ayyubids quite nicely, courtesy of things like the Desert Raiders and how well they stack on their stats in Imperial Age. And then you've got things like Mamluk's Bravery to make hand cannons really good as well as Gulums just being population efficient. Alright, ones if you think Eliona's going to win this, twos if you think B's going to take it. We're pretty deep in the game. It's technically still neck and neck. If you, like, draw the logical maths out of it, right? Like, we have got full ranch now, worth about 20 villages. You've got a relic split that actually favors Elona. He's even got Sacred Site controls coming in. He's got 2 TC now. Like, realistically, this looks pretty good for Elio. B is going for the Fabled Unit that wins all, though. Crossbows are on the way. I'm surprised he didn't keep the pressure up with the Desert Raiders. We don't understand why Elyon is making Donzos. I mean, that's been my feeling this entire game. So, like, this game opened up with him building Donzos to counter Desert Raiders instead of building Javelins, which I cannot follow the logic of. I would understand Donzos and Javelins because your paranoia is he went Desert Raiders, he has stables, he can build Horsemen as well. So if I don't build Donzos, I die. But to not build Javelins, the reason why you build Javelins, guys, is Desert Raiders have low base HP, high melee armor. They have no ranged armor. And they're also a hybrid unit with both the ranged and melee tag, meaning that Javelins hit for like 12 damage each. It would have been perfect. But instead, we got Donzos. Means these Gulums are going to be incredibly valuable. Like, realistically, the Gulums stop the entire army Obviously, Sofas can blunt away at them, and they have a lot of armor, so they don't die quick with the double strike. But it's just the fact that you now have a really obvious unit to hold your frontliners, the Ayyubids, but also kill your opponents. Army's posturing now. Guild's getting rid of themselves. A choke point fight here. He pulls the Sofas back, but that means the Donzos are just going to get torn asunder. Yeah, this is the worst way to do it, because now with the Donzos gone, the crossbow backline will already be targeting what they need to with the A-clicks. And not just that, the Desert Raiders are on the way. We have a surround. Elona has overstepped and is now going to get crushed from behind. I mean, there's no escaping this at this stage, right? The last of the Sofas peel off to try and block Desert Raiders. That leaves Archers dealing with Gulems. Elona, I don't really know what he was expecting to come out of this. I think he was expecting death. I mean, this is crazy, right? Elona pushed into his opponent while being 2 TC. I think what happened here is Elona got paranoid that B was 2 or 3 TC. Because Ayyubids typically play the relic game, and then they go into multi-TC. He completely misread what was happening here, which is understandable. On a map like Highview, if you don't keep vision up, you don't know. You know, the classic mantra, you don't know what you don't know. Now he looks dead. And I mean, good eyeballs, right? Not having poison arrow is shocking. I just assumed he had it. It's not going to magically make Gulems completely crap, but at least be extra here. Damn. Did Baltoon just get called sucky? I mean, Baltoon, there's only one way to prove that you don't suck now to this Twitch community, and that's to sign up for KPMM9 and win it. And then Yakimo has to eat a shoe. So, Elona looks like he's trying to save up for Imperial, which I don't like. Because if you imp, your opponent's going to go in. Like, B is about to be popped. Desert Raiders are still shuffling around here. I'm not on half speed, they're just really weird with formation. Believe it or not. Burn come through B. I think he's ready to start taking the offensive, and the interesting part is that defensive fight about Sultan's Mamelukes. If he had that tech, it would have been even cleaner. But it's now on the way, 25 seconds out. Bait and switch. Desert Raiders chasing the wrong thing, being chased by the wrong thing here. The Sofas need to get on that front line, unable to do so. Mango playing now Garmin B, even adding in his fabled Springald. I don't know if this game's going to be long enough for him to add in more though. I just don't see the way. Like, this army is trash. You have 12 quality units, everything else is a pile of crap, if I'm being honest, which is the Malian way. But the Malian way that makes it make sense is you have more. He doesn't. Springald's getting added in here at a time when your opponent is going Musafadi as well. It makes you feel even better. Yo. We're just edging towards that economy. It's only so far I can retreat. The thing that B's got to be a little bit reluctant about is committing into choke points, because Elona has substantially more archers. B now just posturing on the sacred sites as well. Keep drop coming in on the west side while the army camps to the east. He's going to start to suffocate. Yeah, that sacred site time is ticking. Push comes in. Elona now griefing himself with his own buildings here. Elio? Oh no. That's exactly how you can't afford to fight. He just A-clicked all the melee into a choke. Crossbows targeted exactly what they need to. They got rid of the Sofas faster. Keep drop now coming in, but Elona, I don't see this going up. Gulems just buying so much time here. I mean, the archer mass is still big for Elio. It's just, it takes way too long to kill just even one of these guys. Look at it. Oh my god. This is over. It is going to be a Kill Johnny B Grand Finals. Elona, you put up a good fight in that game number 2. A phenomenal game there. punish B for the overextension. It seems that B, he learned, he took a more tempered approach in game 3 and 4, and it delivers him to victory here in the 4th. Damn. Really cool series though. Guys, if you like what you're seeing here, make sure you are subscribed on the YouTube. A lot of these series do get uploaded there. If you didn't catch them, you go in halfway, they'll be there. Also, make sure you're following us live, because we do go live on YouTube, on Twitch, 4 times a week. And also a reminder to people to be signing up to these. You could be there in the grand finals. You could have beat B and Elona and been going in against KillerPigeon's this week. Don't make the mistake of sitting on the sideline again. We've still got so many weeks of midweek muster. But before we get to week number 9, we've got to finish week number 8 with a B KillerPigeon's showdown. I'll see you all there. Oh. Yeah, my throat still works. I think that technically counts as still working. Okay. So guys, remember, we are going to be using every map here. So let me just... Oopsie, I don't want to stream together. Let me just, first of all, pay out on B. So 1 second. What we need to do, we need to wipe. We're going to have B versus KillerPigeon's. And then reset the scores and whatnot. And we should be getting into the draft in a moment. So, I just need to put all the maps in as well. Bear with me 1 sec, updating everything. What I'm going to do, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads. Oh, wait, I can't. It automatically done that. Okay. So, I'm going to add the details in now. So, remember, we're going to be opening on King of the Hill. We then have Dry Arabia. We have got Hallowed Spring. We've got Pigeon's View. We have Gorge this week, didn't we? Yeah. Gorge. Then we have Borderland. And then finally... What have I forgotten? Oh, Lakeside. Did I remember all the maps for my own tournament off by heart? I think I did. Wow. Look at us. Golf flaps. Hideout. I'd rather take my toes and jam them in a guillotine that is moving. But thanks. Appreciate the recommendation. So, do we have the draft up for the lads? We should. Let me update the tile as well, because we are into grand finals. Draft is beautiful, complete. They are now making their picks for the first game. Here is le draft. Boink. So remember, guys, we use the best of 5 draft, but we redraft after game number 4. So if it is a stomp 4-0, we will not see a redraft. However, if at least there is 1 point on both sides, it means we are guaranteed to get a redraft. Do you need me to hop in to save your voice? We could bring Cowan. What do you guys think? Should we bring Cowan? Should I actually get co-casters? I won't pay them, but should we actually get co-casters? I KillerPigeon's love the Ottomans. They're a nice variable civ for Lakeside. I talked about this before. Ottoman's a nice blocker pick in some cases. It also protects his Japanese pick. Lytical Aussie Drongo. Wow, Cal. So we know how Physics Guy feels about you. Alright, let's go. You want to join in, Cal? You want to come on for 7 games? Alright, go. Let's get Cal on the line. Boop, 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 boop. Yes, hello, my boy.
Give me a sec, I just need to close Path of Exile.
You're still not done?
I've been done with that for a while.
Yeah, dude, yeah, I'm starting to get hooked on Warhammer 3 again. That might be a mistake.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Big mistake.
I'm so late in the campaign, I'm like, okay, I enjoy this game, but the late game campaigns are boring. This is too many I'm like, I have 15 armies to manage. I'm just going to auto-resolve every fight.
Naturally. Oh. Alright, hit me with that screen share, my boy.
Oh, you don't want to just do the party thing?
We can do the party thing, but
it's up to you.
It means I have to start the game.
Up to you.
Yeah, just screen share. I think that's easiest.
All right. Now, courtesy of the fact that I've got this beastly new PC with 16 cores, one of the best graphics card on the market, 64 gigs of RAM, and all the coolant I need to make sure it marks itself at peak performance, I can screen share without having to worry about the performance hit. Isn't that impressive?
It's pretty nice.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, guys. Exclamation mark PC if you want to get your hands on some of these. By the way, someone asked me the other day, and you'll enjoy this one, Cal, because I'm sure you saw the CES announcements. Guys, everyone thinks that NVIDIA is delivering you incredible performance at million frames. So, think about the, what was it, the 5070s or 5060s gonna have the performance of 4090. You guys need to really pay attention to the little asterisks on those slides. In DLSS, which is frame generation software, on raw hardware, the 5060 is not going to match the 4090 performance. In fact, if you care about raw rasterization, there is still 2 options for peak, and one of them comes from each side. You can either go for the NVIDIA 4090/5090s, which are going to run you $2,000, or what I have there, a 7900 XTX, has 24 gigs of VRAM, which is substantially more than you're going to get in the new 50 cards outside the 90, because most of those cards are 16 gig of VRAM below. That matters a lot if you want to play at 2 or 4K resolutions. So yeah,
or if you're doing content creation or 3D modeling like I do.
There you go. So yeah, that card. I mean, I'm impressed, man. Like, this is my first time going AMD. I've been Team Green since I got into like custom PC builds, but dude, they smashed it with 7900 XTX. Like, the other thing is I've been playing some games using frame gen, and I thought I was going to hate it because, for those who don't know, frame gen adds input lag. I didn't notice it. I even tried it on like a competitive game. I was like, and I'm usually very sensitive to that crap. I'm the type of person like, oh, the mouse sensitivity is wrong, right? I get really fussy. I didn't notice. I was actually impressed. 5090 is twice the performance of 4090 and $2K. 5070 is the same as 4090, so we can get 25070. Oh no, dude, he's drank the Kool-Aid. He's done. But yeah, I don't know exactly what we're getting from the new AMD one. They've been holding off. I think they've been holding off because Nvidia didn't announce their prices. Is the fair theory?
I mean, they did now.
Did they finally like? What?
Oh yeah, they put it.
Oh,
yeah, Nvidia put down the prices.
Yeah, but like now I think AMD is probably going to reveal soon because they've got the new 9070, which the only negative I'd say about that is it's kind of sad that AMD isn't going to have a high VRAM option this gen, because I think it's going to be probably 16 gig of VRAM.
It's so weird that's like not enough anymore.
Right? But it's like, do you really want that 4K gaming? Right? And I do. Like, I'm going to be talking to some of the mono brands because I want to get my hands on one of the new ones they've been releasing, which is the OLED 240 hertz 4K monos. By the way, guys, we're just 4 minutes away from in-game. I'm going to run... we'll do the 3 minutes ads now so you guys don't have to worry. So I'll smash them out. 3 minutes is long enough for you to enter your card details and subscribe anyway, so you can be part of this fun discussion. But yeah, it's... I think the other interesting thing is that I think I just saw a comment about ray tracing, right? And the interesting part is there's a fair point that NVIDIA does ray tracing better. But some games you're seeing actually the AMD competing with it. I think I was really shocked. Witcher, like, they tested the 7900 XTX versus the 4080 Super, and it had like 3 more frames average than the 4080 Super with ray tracing, which is crazy. So like, there's definitely improvements there. I think the other interesting thing actually is I think Cyberpunk has kind of a comparative performance there as well, is what I've heard. So like, yeah, you know, the thing I always say to people is that, you know, you kind of go NVIDIA if you think ray tracing is very high value. I don't think that many people value ray tracing that highly, if I'm being totally honest. Right?
I think the only ray tracing title I've played, and this is gonna sound stupid, is Lego Builder's Journey.
I'm sorry, why?
Lego Builder's Journey. It's a beautiful story Lego game.
Okay.
I wish that was a joke, but it's the only ray tracing game I've played.
Oh, man, you had all the options. Oh god. Yeah, I think I tried ray tracing on Call of Duty, and then my instant reaction was, I want my frames back. And that was with an NVIDIA card, right? So this is the thing. I feel like most people who can actually afford the cards that do ray tracing well are like they actually just want frame rate instead. Right?
I'm trying to think like yeah. Yeah, I'd rather want frames instead, right? And it's also like the thing is, I hear you say ray tracing is shit, but the thing is, it's starting to come to the point where things are optimized enough that it's starting to be a requirement.
Yeah,
it's not optional, it's a requirement.
I feel like the interesting part to me is that obviously AMD is running on like RDNA 4 still, but next we should be shifting. That's the assessment, right? It's the next gen of AMD ones, past the 90 series ones they're doing. We'll probably see them move to the next tech, which has been theory crafted to just blitz on things like ray tracing. So it's almost like AMD has the potential to not be too late to that party to be on top anyway. And there's other areas where like they do really well. So like one really interesting thing, I'm waiting for Twitch to pull a finger out of their asshole on this one, is like when you stream
do you not have
Twitch,
access to it?
Oh, what, on the multi streamer thing?
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, but what I don't have access to, because no one has access to it properly, is the ability to use AV1 to stream, right?
I do.
I don't think you can, right? I
can.
Do they allow it?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't got proper
apply
access.
For it.
Okay, well, please send that link to me, because I want to. Because
I'll see if I can find it.
Thank you, mate. Because like the 7900 XTX is actually very good at doing AV1, right? And like YouTube can do AV1, right? And it's weird actually that like YouTube had it first, even though YouTube doesn't have a bitrate limitation, but Twitch does. That's weird to me. Like it's like why doesn't the platform that actually need the AV1 tech not have it, and the one that doesn't actually need it, because you can like just push as high of an upload speed pretty much as you want, has it? That's always weirded me out. But yeah, hopefully Twitch is just going to spread it wide anyway. Hopefully they'll give me more of my sub money as well, considering that I'm doing all the encoding with the advanced broadcasting thing. It literally means that they don't actually have to freaking pay for their transcoding anymore. But let's get ready to go. It's time.
Oh boy.
We've arrived. We even got a co-caster in Grand Finals Midweek Muster number 8. I totally forgot to update the draft. We have got B versus Killjadi in a best of 7, and it all starts here. Roos versus Ayyubid. Wait, is this a cow? I think this might be the first time we've got an Ayyubid pick on this map.
No, it's not.
Oh wait, that's true. It's the second time we've seen Ayyubid. We cannot forget Cow's victory over Lash in game number 1, where he picked HRE and Lash had picked Ayu. But outside that, I'm pretty sure that's the only time this week King of the Hill has seen Ayyubid.
I think so too, mostly because I think it's a bad pick on the map.
Yeah.
It's interesting though. I think it can work against Roos, mostly with the timing that Roos is going for nowadays, right? Which is double hunting cabin opening, which I think has been done here. Yeah, we can see the 2 dots there.
Definitely.
Nicely done. And then you just go fast castle, pro scout, horse archers, and horse archers into desert raiders and camel lancers doesn't feel that great. They still have a pretty high base damage. I think it's 12 on the horse archers, but it's -3 right due to the camel and knees. So it doesn't feel as bad, but it doesn't feel as good either.
Yeah, the thing is, when you've got the camel lancers having 4 armor as well, you get the +1 undermesh naturally quite quickly. you basically end up in a situation where you mitigate 50% of the damage. The bigger problem comes when your opponent starts pumping out like knights as a potential answer. It sounds kind of terrible to do, but the logic is that you just want a front line. Boy's Fortune makes them quite tanky. I also actually just love the idea of just instead going for a proxy Rax build. Like, ironically, B could do something that Killjadi done to Dumu in the semi-finals, because in that series, Killjadi opened with Roos versus Abba, and as he was teching up, he walked across the other side of the map and built Rax's next enemy's base. If you do that, you don't have to play this obtuse camel versus horse meta. You can just flood MAA into the main base.
Yeah, the problem is Killjadi, I'm expecting him to be aging up with the dervishes here. That's like the only thing that would make sense. Yeah, there is. So this allows him to do two things. It allows him to stay in feudal if that happens to be the case. Probably not going to happen because B probably just wants to be aging up quickly here with Golden Gate. And it also allows him with the castle timing to immediately take a sacred site and immediately secure the relics, which it's a really important tempo play to actually be considering on this map as well, right? Because it's not just like, hey, you're putting, like, you got the sacred site, cool, but it's also you're forcing your opponent out, and you're forcing your opponent to actually do something about a physical timer that's on your back.
Yeah. It's the other interesting thing actually in this particular matchup is that, you know, we usually talk about Ayyubids playing a slight part of the feudal age, doing a little bit of damage, teching up. If there was one person I could think of at the highest level that would just all-in fuel you for 20 minutes, this is the guy. Like,
yeah.
He still holds the record. I think the record to me was on Cliffside in a game where, as the Ayyubids, he had 70 archers in feudal age. And I was just like, this isn't how this is played. So, you know,
sir, you do not have composite bows nor military boot camp here.
I was like, have you chosen the right civ here? You're just basically playing poor man's Abbott, but he finds ways of making it work. Like, we know Killjadi is killing the name, killing the game. He doesn't like to hang around. I mean, legit, getting the series started, he was asking if he could start 5 or 10 minutes early because he's like, it's sleep time soon.
He's an old man. But, yeah, so one of the things I actually wouldn't mind seeing here, as the pro scouts is coming in from B, is a stable drop. Make a couple of... I'm not sure if he wants to go Destorators or Horsemen. I actually wouldn't mind the Horsemen just because of the movement speed against the Scouts. But you can't realistically deal with the Ruse in feudal because so much of them is just passive income, right? The gold you have is passive income. And then the rest is just you just sell extra food. And if they're out on wood, they're probably going to have a wooden fortress, which, well, you can't really deal with anyways, so might as well just tech up. But he has 2 Desert and a single... How much is it?
That's going to take over a minute to produce.
Yeah.
What's the classic statement we like to say? If you have more than 2 units queued in the production building, build another. It comes down to whether he's going to add in more units. If it's just about 2 Desert Raiders and 1 Horseman, I can kind of forgive it. He does need to do damage with this, though. I think the logic in his mind is that this can kill the Pro Scouts. We actually saw how B was leveraging that in his semifinals against Elona, where, realistically, if you do fund those Scouts, these Desert Raiders do 26 damage per strike.
Yep. So, this is interesting, though. So, he's still adding Scouts here. He's making a lot of them. So he's going to go up to 6, and this is getting scouted, like, obviously, right? Like, he's aware where things is happening due to the fact that, like, hey, you can see what's happening throughout on the map, right?
Yeah.
But he actually is using the dervishes there as well to actually just stand on the deer pack to know where it is, and obviously they don't fight back like warrior monks as Ruse, but it's the information that's key here, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, right? The scouting dervishes, which I like because the thought process here is you don't want to dive the TC. You'll just die trying to do it. This is the annoyance, actually, about Ruse with Pro Scouts meta, is literally their entire economy can sit here, which is just broken, right? Like, it's fundamentally flawed. It shouldn't work that way. We've had games in the weeklies, like when Transhumance was the default map, Ruse would not touch their gold vein for 18 minutes, which is insane, right, when you say that out loud. There's no other civ that can justify that. But Golden Gate plus the bounty does it. So with that in mind, there's no way you dive. So these guys are just here to pick up relics when you tech, scout in the meantime. So instead, he's just going to attack the deer locations, which, usually when you're fighting, just have that doge with the heal. Do you really care about 1 damage per strike?
I'm trying to find out if I care or not, but I can't be arsed to figure it out.
I mean, maybe if you had 25 scouts when we were like old school animation cancelling release, but
yeah, maybe.
But wait, what? But
B. He's a little bit scared. He's a little bit scared.
Why would? But you can just wall the short side.
He's scared. Okay, look, NBS units.
He could set a record in the weekly here.
Yeah, that would actually be such a disgusting.
That would
corner.
be. I think that could reach like 390. No cap. I can't believe this. B just looked at this one. He's like, "That's too dirty. I can't do that to him." And like I'd understand if he didn't have any defenses, but he has a wooden fortress here, and he can just short wall the gap. That's crazy. He even has wheelbarrow.
It's wild. But yeah, Kiljardi is edging up now. He can't have the cheaper and faster wing, right? Because he actually aged up. But yeah, we got a growth as per expected. So actually, I wouldn't say makes up for the difference in pro scouts.
No, it doesn't make up for the difference in passive.
No, that was where it was wanted to go, right? It does make it. Maybe
you're looking at 7 times, probably let's say 45 would be generous, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting 325, 310, 320ish. The problem is this high trade house is going to be what? It looks like we're going to end up about 215, and then you've got another 60 from the hunting cabins, right? So then, it sounds like you've actually evened them out. But remember, guys, you also get an extra 50 resources per minute from the Golden Gate. The maths on this Civ is stupid.
Yeah, I really don't understand how you can justify any of this.
Wait.
So,
I forgot. Don't forget, they also get the 10% of gold from food gathering.
Oh yeah.
We couldn't forget that. So yeah, it just when you actually dissect what the Roos have, it's hilarious that there was a point where we're like, oh, they're a sucky Civ now.
Yeah, and so I wanna touch back to my points with the Dervish and the timing you have of taking a sacred site, right? That is completely out of the window with the timing. Kiljardi is now edging up later, and the reason for that is he's investing so much. He was investing, I think he made 4 units, which it doesn't seem like a lot, but it slows him down quite significantly.
And it's like, did you get value out of it as well as the bigger problem? And, I mean, he killed 2 scouts, maybe?
He killed 2 scouts. He has gotten 2 relics now. Should be able to secure a 3rd, potentially even a 4th. So, still doesn't make up for it, but he does have a couple of stables now. So he does have the production buildings already, at least. He has 3 stables, but he at least... He's queuing Lancers.
I mean, we were talking about this, right? Feels good against the Horse Arch for removing damage. My problem is whether you're going to have the quantity here.
I think you should. I mean, you see that damage, right? The problem is the movement speed and the kiting ability.
The other interesting part is actually, you know what B could do to just make these fights easy? And I'm kind of surprised Roos players haven't started doing it again. Do you remember the OG This Is Broken Roos build? Horse Archer Scout.
Horse Archer Scout.
Yeah. You just build a front line of scouts to tank the charge. Because that's the only problem I see here with what B's doing. What I don't like is that he's allowing his Horse Archers to just gradually get chopped down before he has Boys Fortitude.
It's an interesting idea. I like it.
What? Why is... What? Okay, that's very confusing. They do have the buff, but I think because they're negative damage still from the Camelonese, they don't glow. What?
Oh, this game at times, I love it.
I mean, like, that has to be so frustrating for a casual person. Like, actually, I think it's harder for Kiljardi because he probably felt like these units shouldn't have been hitting that hard.
Okay. So Kiljardi didn't know that units glow. Like, he was wondering why his Roos villagers was glowing.
Wait, what?
Because it didn't know that bounty causes them to glow.
Oh, okay, yeah. That one is weird, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair.
But the crazier one is just what we saw in that fight. Like, so, little lesson for me. I think that, I don't know, we need to test that across the board. If you're negative on stats for a reason, I don't think you get your buff glow. Which is, I guess, kind of fair.
Kind of makes sense. You don't have the buff, right?
Yeah, you're still negative, right? You know? It's like someone investing in Intel 2 years ago and bragging that they've lost 40% of the value they invested, right? It's like, what?
Low blow, KP. Low blow.
Oh, was that you? Oof. My condolences, my friend. We do have Knights now coming in. So B is going for that build we talked about. Boy's Fortitude should be the next priority. That's when you just start to get this thick, fat line that doesn't care as much about the Camel on Ease. Because, yes, you have less damage, but you have so much more health.
And it's working perfectly for B as well, right? Look at what Killjordy is making behind this. He's making archers, right? He wants to be making archers because he needs something to deal with the horse archers effectively and, you know, consistently. Archers is technically the answer to that, but when you have a front line of just pure knights, it doesn't feel as good anymore, and you can't really invest into crossbows either because you don't really have the income for it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you have the Golden Age activated, you're a poor man's bastard. It's only 10% buffer. There's a raid coming in, though. This could be big. Camelot's is just the idle time alone is really what he needs. He needs to find ways of slowing down B's escalation point. This is... what Roos is doing here is kind of like what Malian's doing. They need the numbers to justify the fight, whereas Killjordy is playing that classic premium type comp. Sure, there's archers now added in, but it's all about whether the camels can carry him through this mid-game.
Yeah. And... he's able to do at least a little bit, right? It's... We touched upon it a little bit, where it's like, yes, horse archers are good versus camel lancers, but you need the APM and you actually need to be aware of them and babysit them effectively, right? Because you need to kite, and having these small raid groups that just hitting the backline is exactly what's happening right now. He needs to clear up the camel lancer, and look at that! Like 3-4 horse archers just went down immediately because he's not kiting.
I mean, B, he's kind of losing track. It's kind of crazy, actually. This one Camelot on the backside has been writing a whole myth tale about himself. He finally does go down, but the idle time, the dragged attention, it's definitely starting to burn him a bit. And now we're seeing a bigger problem, right? Killjordy got the wall up on the east side. The west side is getting one soon. Once these walls go up, this horse archer strategy starts to flop hard.
And Sultan's army coming in too as well now, or Sultan's Ascend, I think it's called. Oh no, that's the DLC name. It's called Sultan something on Killjordy, which means that these archers...
It's weird.
Yeah, so they're coming in now on the archers. The question is if it's going to have an effect in this fight at all. I think Killjordy is just taking a fight he can't really take right now.
I'm questioning this, man. He doesn't even have the full army. He's pushing into mass cavalry with infantry that aren't arriving in time. Complete misread of the situation. Also, not enough respect being given to Warrior Monk's Blessing here. I see this so often at the moment. Same's Blessing is insanely powerful. +2 damage, +1 armor. That's a 3 damage differential that just went the mile in this engagement.
And I think Killjordy, he is a little bit... I think he's relying too much on the camel on the east, but remember, with the glow discussion we had, it's completely negated this entire fight, right? Because of the Warrior Monks.
I mean, it's wild to see, and like, you know, this was pre-Boy's Fortitude. This is meant to happen when that tech comes in, right? Because then you're talking about 255 health to 210. Lancers don't just count it because of unease anymore. And I'm getting uneasy about this game. Killjordy, he still has archers left, but at this point in the game, he has to be out on pocket economy. B is now not worried about the walls because he can just run straight down the center. Oh boy. Trying to march out of here, but Horse Archer is just a little bit too quick. So Killjordy, all that work to try and build a lead, he's going to find himself behind on villagers now. And I don't think this is going to slow down. I mean, Killjordy, yeah, you can whittle away these Horse Archers, but the fact is, B is just going to have the ability to reproduce at a much more rapid pace.
And by the way, did you remember that Killjordy got 8 free villagers?
No, well, I think it was 7, but wait, maybe you get -5 now with that tech choice?
Not sure.
I must be. It's the only reason I can understand why Killjordy would be behind by 6 villages against the Roos.
I mean, this is just so brutal, right? The knight front line that B has right now is like completely negating everything. By these horse archers, the base damage they have is just so insane. Able to take down everything and being able to break through the wall. He doesn't have anything else, right? And you can't really do a sneaky move out on some deer either, because they were just taken away. Boar is not an option because you're Ayyubid. Needs to wall up, and wait, B actually sold some of those deer.
Of course he did. He's like, oh, you gonna eat this? Oh, okay, no, don't worry, we'll make good with it. The little scavenger that is. B actually moving up now with the villagers.
He's taking that boar. He's taking that boar, isn't he?
Well, really?
He has to be.
There's an outpost right here that he knows about. For God's sake. Wait, let's do the wooden fortress first. We're not being greedy about this. I mean, he can definitely afford the extra resources pumping into that. He has, what, 300 passive gold? He's sitting at, I think, about 460 passive gold a minute. Probably more, actually, at this stage. Jesus, this is... Why no sight cap? Because Killjadi is an old man, and it is past his bedtime. So B's like, no rush. No rush. Let's make this game last 2 hours. Well, Killjadi is now getting crossbows. So, wait, is B? No, I was about to say, there's no way you're rushing Bureau here. We do have a horseman switch. That's ambitious.
I wouldn't actually mind that too much, but as a start, I wouldn't mind the middle sacred side being captured. You know, like the gimmick of the map.
Well, you mean scouts can't capture? I mean, stand there like he should. I mean, how would you catch this though? B only has cavalry. Oh, that's right.
Oh, there we go. It's like JD when she walks over a sacred site. You just go, oh right, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, like you know the person ignores them being raided on the eco, but then they get the ping from the game, like, oh, that's right, I'm dying. So yeah, we finally have the timer ticking. We're about to, but I mean, it's 10 minutes wait time. Killjadi is going to get a stay of execution here. The worry I have for B is that Horseman is a very adventurous comp for someone who doesn't have farm set up.
I mean, he has deer, he has the boar.
I mean, he
had deer. Okay, he's actually out of deer. Okay, good catch. Yeah. So.
He has got, okay, so he's got double boar, right? That's going to be 4,400 food. And then he's got 2 berry patches. So in theory, you can afford 1 pump of horseman, but we know how horsemen work, right? Very rarely does 1 pump do enough. Usually it's like, okay, now you need to build another. The thought process that could allow it is that Killjadi needs the farms as well. Right, he may not be building food-heavy units, but he lacks food in general. Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it is a great switch, right, into the composition that Killjadi has right now, which is rather one-dimensional with archer crossbow, right? So it could potentially work in his favor, the fact that, you know, Killjadi hasn't been investing into more camel lancers. He has gone up to 2 TC though, and he's dropping a market as well because he's floating a lot of gold. But I think it doesn't really matter what B does. Horseman is just a nice way of securing himself, killing Killjadi's army, and killing the army is making sure that he can never move out to take the sacred side, and it's just be GG anyways.
I mean, Killjadi's like, I've got wolves, you can't attack me. It doesn't matter. He's just going to trade him with the horse archers. Which is hilarious because, like, horse archers actually aren't terrible into crossbows, right? Like, they are prolonged, but for poke, they're actually going to have higher damage. The problem you got to respect here is called Salt with Mamluks, which is just going to give him that extra burst. It's just a numbers game, though, and the numbers don't lie. They're about to say B1 on the board, Killjadi none, because at this stage, the only thing you really afford to build is archers.
Archers and Siege is the only option here, and Siege is not going to be doing a whole lot against 40 horse archers and 30 horsemen and knights in total, so yeah, we understand why Ruse is the highest priority pick on this map.
Yeah, it's almost like it's ban-worthy, and some players have learned from that, some players have discarded it, and the lesson has been recurring. If you let the roots through, you let it through at your own peril here. I mean, another sick thing that really helped be at a critical point earlier was when he went for the fights against +2 attack, +2 defense. We talked about the Saint's Blessing. That's another interesting thing that people are revisiting with the Roos. It allows you to just cheat the tech upgrades of blacksmithing. You save so much not going for these. I think that also just hurt Killjardy further in a game where he just had to spread himself so thin. B was able to just be very obnoxious about what mattered to him most, and now, what matters most is finishing off Killjardy. Dive comes in. The cavalry, I mean, where are the lancers? Where is the front line?
They're in queue. They're in queue.
Can we have 5 more minutes? No, I don't think so. B is going to open this up firmly with a win, but don't worry, folks. A best of 7, so some distance still to go. And Killjardy, as we know, is no pushover, but he just got a firm reminder about why Roos are definitely not underpowered in the current meta. Oof. Blimey, yeah. I'm trying to think where that could have went different for Killjardy. I think it does go back to your point early, like the stables play in the early game. I mean, it just cost him a lot of his tempo. But the bigger deal was that overextension in the mid-map. It just felt entirely unnecessary to push that fast. I don't know if he just thought that B had got too much off the map. I do feel for Killjardy because, like, when your opponent gets that much deer, you are on the clock.
You are. It's also an interesting idea and thought to bring up, which is like if you went Desert Raiders instead. But I think you can't go pure Desert Raiders. Maybe a mix.
I think if you go Desert Raiders, you just get your cheeks clapped, right? Like, Horse Archers will be licking their lips. That's the real problem you have there, is they are just... Even though the debuff's coming through, like, the reality is your base HP sucks on Desert Raiders compared to things like Lancers, right? Like, you and also there's the gap close issue. Lancers at least get that initial charge in, which is why it looked like it competed. Desert Raiders, you almost, like, when you play Desert Raiders and Horse Archers, you just kind of, like, go and look at Abbasis and go, can we have camel handling too? Like, bro, why don't our camels know how to run? But yeah, put predictions up now, guys. Game number 2 is going to be Dry Arabia. HRE versus Malians.
Yeah, so HRE should Spearman Rush. If they don't, they're kind of dead.
Yeah. Like, we've seen the HRE Dark Age Spear Rush a lot. And it's looked good almost every time. But this is like a double whammy value. Because if the spawn isn't good for B, it can just be an outpost rush that essentially ends the game for him. Can someone explain why this map is just so good for roofs? Yeah, it's the high tree house. Is just way too valuable. Also, you know, it's a map that is admittedly harder to wall. King of the Hill is harder to wall now than it was in previous seasons. But a civ that could justify it if they feel too much pressure is roofs. Because obviously, like, their walls are double effective, so double the value to walk out for. But it doesn't even come down to that. Like, the reality check is, on that map, your scouting pattern is linear. So being a civ that benefits a lot from double hunt and cabin because you get loads of gold, and then because of that, getting a second scout is an insane advantage. Like, it is very, very, very rare that you won't see a roost player with about 65% plus of the sheep. And then, because they're so efficient at playing pro scouts afterwards, a lot of civs just suck by comparison because, you know, like, Ayyubid's there. They don't want to play the pro scouts game. They can't. I mean, they can, but, like, I still hate the build when they do.
No, just no.
I mean, B won with that build, but I still hate that build. Which was the advancement wing into pro scouts. God, that build just... The more I say it out loud, the worse it sounds.
I mean... So, thing is as well, is the chance of seeing HRE Pro Scouts here is not 0.
Agreed. I think you open with the rack spears. Now, the interesting part is the irony of, like, Killjardy will play this very aggressively, but if it was B, he'd also play aggressively but do mine work. I don't think Killjardy is going to do mine work. I think we're going to get, like, spear opening into standard Arkin, and then if you feel like your opponent's oppressed enough, you just go fast castle, or you send it in feudal with probably horsemen.
Yeah, Killcharge is a little bit too stubborn when it comes to these things. So yeah, mine work is pretty much out of the picture immediately. I do think maybe though, like as you said with the tower, it is possible that we could actually see a tower rush as well, right? If the spawn allows it. If you're able to deny 2 gold wins with 1 tower, I think it's worth. If not, just Spearman rush.
Was there ever any doubt? Game number 2. Of course you're just going to spin rush. We hop into Dry Arabia, HRE in the hands of Killjardy, and beat on those Malians. Appropriate that we've got Cal on the line. A civ that he knows and loves. His brethren, his siblings, they exist here. But he might be about to watch them die, because HRE with the opener can usually do a lot of damage. The good news for me, the spawn may have been generous to him. We have not got a double pit mine on one screen conundrum. So if the HRE do go for that outpost rush, B will at least have backup options.
Yeah, and as we talked about, this is not a good tower rush map. Or tower rush spawn, I should say.
No. It's...
If you were able to actually get 2 gold wins with one outpost, then yeah, it would be. But here, I think you just invest into 2-3 spares. 4 is too greedy. But if you can go up to 3, I think, confidently. And then you're actually able to torch the pit mine and get a house and fall back. And remember as well, like the Spearman Rush actually does have a little bit of an effect as well. Because you can do what Fade... Oh.
That's smart. I like that from B. This has been something that's been missing, and every time it's missing, I hear the player in reflection say, I should have just built an outpost. So... this is very important because the other choice that a lot of players have been making against these outpost spearman rushes that can happen to Malians is to build the Saharan trade network. And you kind of feel dumb for it afterwards when the alternative was just build an outpost now for 100 wood and then get 75 gold / stone each minute eternal. So really smart read by B. The only awkward part I do see when you have to play this Dark Age play is unless you want to have 5 villagers out in gold, this tower is not going to have a lot of firepower.
It's still gonna have a little bit of an impact, though. The problem is we need to see if it just deters Killjardy or like.
I mean, he's 4 spears in already. It's not.
Yes, it's 5 even. So this is way past where I think the greed point is. So what I wanted to allude to earlier, before we saw that tower, is like the thing you can do with HRE spares as well. Like you can start pushing the Darien. And you also have a really, really good start to actually be denying pro scouts, which Mali especially loves doing because you get those warrior scouts, which actually start moving. They have increased movement speed, so you even want to invest into potential more warrior scouts, even for combat. But the problem that I have, kind of with what B is doing here, it's the fact that he actually has to use 1 villager and idle 1 villager to actually just be having any use from that outpost. Because if that villager falls back, which is the reason why he's building that mining camp, is he needs a villager out here to actually be using that outpost at all.
Yeah, I mean, like even 1 feels a little bit lackluster because you can potentially just start to die if you don't know if there's more spears coming. The other interesting thing actually that happened on this map, it's actually a big deal. Killjardy, I don't know where the scout went and why he hates sheep so much, but neither player on their opening went and scouted the northeast side. So, like, when this outpost rush was happening, I checked like about 30 seconds ago, they both had 7 to 8 sheep. Look at the count now. 5 sheep left for Killjardy, B up to 12 now, probably me climbing to about 14. So, a lofty advantage there in an opening from the HRE that's already leaving them pretty crippled on food income. If the plan was pro scouts, Killjardy might actually run out of food too quickly.
Let me have my copium here, okay?
Okay.
If you play feudal long enough as HRE, you don't need sheep.
That is true, but if you play feudal long enough as Malians, you don't need sheep.
But Mali farms feels bad, while HRE farms feels good.
But Malian milk is tasty, while HRE wheat is dry?
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
But wheat is high in fiber diet. Wood is fibery. So if we block B's fiber intake, we win. There we go. Outpost rush coming in. Kill Johnny. This is so snaky. It is so late, but oh, come on. Well, it was genius for a second there. I mean, B is weirdly enough not dealing with it.
I mean, he sees the spears, right? So he knows where the spears are and why he can torch it right now.
There we go. Okay, B's like, oh, right, that's not my outpost. So, wait, he's going to grab the villager. Sick grab there. Kill Johnny, even forced to cancel straight away. Wait.
No!
Wait.
Oh, scout.
Yeah, no, but why? Why? The spears!
Oh.
Well, the good news is Killjoy definitely can't go for an outpost again. There's already an archer on the way. But the bad news is that should have been a permanent loss. Wait.
Killjoy needs to be careful, though.
Wait, he's like, just let me touch it once. Maybe twice. Just
twice.
A little whack-a-mole. I mean, if he actually had a stable, he'd be able to die for the kill.
So you know these escort missions, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like...
No!
Wait, oh. All that effort
Mission
to die
failed.
like this.
Mission failed.
And that, folks, is why they usually make your escort target invulnerable these days. Okay, so Killjoy kind of in a problematic position here. He also seems to have skipped on production somewhere. He's about 1.5 villages behind, not now just one.
So already we have cattle being produced here, already being popped in as well. And B has been, I don't want to say incredibly greedy. Like, he went for the archer range first. But he has gotten all of the upgrades that he needs, right? He's wheelbarrow finished now, pro scouts now in queue. Double broad axe as well. So B is actually going to be pretty happy. And I think Kiljardi's play here actually put himself further behind than he put B behind.
Yeah, this is usually how this matchup goes against Malians. Like, if you flop one move on your opening rush, you're a mile behind. You start to question, why didn't I just play my economy? My economy should have been better. The reason why they do it is because, as you're seeing these farms, you mentioned it already, long term, I feel good as HRE. I build loads of farms. The problem is, that's long term, right? Like, a Malian player is immediately going to start rushing cattle and can just tech up much quicker than you can blob farms. So that's like the trade-off logic. That's why HRE usually makes these attempts. I think once he saw his spawn, though, you know, this ambitious tower was an insane gamble. I don't think he needed to go for it.
Yeah, I understand. Right. You want to slow them down a little bit, and you had the spears, so the spears move over. Sorry, the villagers need to move over to the other side of the wood line, then the spears are there to already take them out. The secondary wood line is too far away, but again, right, you didn't have any spears to actually be protecting your villager there, and, well, we saw what happened. So, we actually do have pro scouts coming in from both players here now. Scouts in queue for both Kiljardi, but the problem is as well, back to the point we made, is that warrior scouts are actually faster than normal scouts. And they're able to fight back, so if you actually do end up having like a little bit of a scout war, B just wins.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because not just the damage metrics or the movement speed metrics, it's also the healing. It's
but it's half when they're in combat.
Oh wow, that's totally reasonable. What is it for scouts when they're in combat? Right.
I think 3 a second.
Is it? I always feel like it's notably lower than warrior scouts in combat. Right.
Oh, for normal scouts, yeah. I think
that's
it's
what
just
I'm saying.
one.
That's what I'm saying.
I think it's 1 a second.
It's 1 a second versus 3, right? Like,
yeah.
That's the depressing element I think that we still have here. I almost feel like I'd just be okay with regen being completely disabled if you're in combat. And then the warrior scout conundrum is less problematic. I think the counter argument you probably have as a Malian person is, what else do we do with these things, right? Like, if you think about it, warrior scouts are pretty atrocious in the feudal age for combat, normally. Right?
You can have a couple of timings with it. There's certainly opportunity to play around it. Not in this case, though. Also, has the Monster Quarry been on stone for a bit?
It was on the opening. I think he forgot about it when he went for fortifications, and then just didn't toggle it back. The classic.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the real reason why people just build the Sahara instead.
See, you can just go for 2 T's. Oh, wait, no, that was cold. Oh.
Yeah, that changed.
More towers?
I guess. Like, you know, why don't we just leave on stone and eventually get a castle drop? That'll protect us against all an HRE player dive, you know, because we clearly won our counts. I think it's left just enough room here. Maybe.
It's for Rainbow. It's definitely Rainbow.
It's B, so theoretically it's possible. With Freeborn. I think the Fulani versus Farimba choice comes down to Kiljadi's choice. Because Kiljadi is giving good justification for Farimba right now. The more archers he builds, the more likely it's going to be that we see Farimba.
Do you go for Javelins or Freeborn then?
100% Freeborn. Javelins are so bad unless you already have a standing army. I think I talked about this, like what the logical percentile breakdown should be is about 70% Freeborn, Mansa Musafadi about 20%, maybe 25%, and Javelin makes up about 5%. If you had to like pull the highest level of what is viable in game situations. Javelins only make sense if you're already blobbing Javelins in H2. Now, I'm not saying there won't be a player who attempts it. I am saying that that player might get a free queen occasionally, but primarily will lose. And what have we... Well, that was meant to be a secret. We've got an all-in Kiljadi. He's blobbing a lot of horsemen here.
You need to convince me a little bit more here.
He has more ponies than Beak. But, like, it is the equivalent between buying, like, a budget bag of chips versus one of those premium brand of chips. But, like, if you have enough chips with the crap type, No, I'm not falling for this. Sofas are going to stop this entirely. I think Kiljadi... I get the idea. The timing just feels off here. Horsemen are going to rotate around the back. The Sofas just chop him down so quickly with the 16 base. That was not worth it at all. Meanwhile, the backups have just been stopped by a single Sofa. I'm not really sure what Kiljadi's envisionment was there. Maybe he thought that B was just rushing castle.
If the sofa count wasn't there,
yeah,
then yeah. If it was Warrior Scouts, yes. Now B has taken a good fight, and both people are aging up. It's definitely for Rimbo with that based out.
Yeah.
This seems rough.
Yeah, because, you know, if this was B building Javelins and Donzos, I'd be like, okay, yeah, man, Kiljadi is just, like, going to get all the relics. It's Sofa. So you're now going for the greedy play after losing your army, losing what really mattered. There's going to be Sofa waiting everywhere.
Yeah. I think the tech timing is going to hit now, and like B is just going to be like, okay, cool, and then it's just going to be sending, like, 2 Sofas to each relic.
I mean, look at the timing as well. Those veteran seeds, you have to remember, do come in very quick for the Malians. It's only going to take him a mere 30 seconds. That's worrisome in itself. I mean, Kiljadi, he is at least blobbing spears, but you're blobbing spears into an opponent who's already built archers in the first place. This is not looking good for the Finn. Finn, who, I think based on recent tournament performances, I don't think BMI is saying Kiljadi should be slightly favoured, but he's going to find himself in a very uncomfortable position at this rate because he's going to end up 2-0 down in a best-of-7 this early.
Yeah, it's not ideal. He's still making units. He's making crossbow lancers, which I'm not 100% against, but I would actually, yeah.
Yeah, like it's that classic of, you know, when you think about how often we say French arbitraire OP, like, yeah, but why do they keep building knights? It's like, because one knight is worth a lot more than one arbitraire, right?
Yeah.
Damage it can do on its own, presence on the map. The problem you're seeing is exactly here. It's a miracle that Killjardy got one relic home because he just doesn't have mobility, even with marching drills, to move around the map the way that Surfer did.
I don't think that one relic is going to make it home in time, to be honest. I don't even know where it's at, but it's... I don't believe you until it's actually at home.
Yeah,
okay,
okay,
fine.
It's never...
okay, fine.
Nah, man, he's never going to notice now.
Caustic cursed it. But yeah, like, now Killjardy just needs to... I think it just needs to turtle up. Right, you are HRE, so, and placements are cheaper. So just drop a couple of Springle Towers on your farms, and you're kind of fine, and you can always wall up. Like, he has a pretty defensive base to wall up. Right, farms are already set up. Gold is about to run out, which is why I'm saying just wall in the gold as well. You can even wall in the eastern corner, and you actually have a lot of resources there as well. And you're able to now play a little bit defensive while still making army. But we're still going to have a pretty decent fight there, which actually should favor Killjardy for a little bit, as Poison Archers and Veterancy has not come through yet.
It's 10 seconds out, though. He needs to drag this back a little bit. The problem is the marching drills allows him to gap close fast here. Feels like B just hasn't brought the full might down on this engagement. Another thing as well, B, infamous for doing this so frequently, he's been waiting. He pulled the trigger, weirdly enough, on Musafadi, but he hasn't even queued them yet. Wait, is this a bait and switch?
Maybe. I mean, Killjardy has gotten a lot of room now. Which I don't mind. Like, making spears against the Malians is not the worst idea. The only real option they have against spears is archers, right? Like, pretty much everything else suck. Because they don't have bonus damage, and, well, the things that, you know, do pretty decent damage is cavalry, which they get countered. So, we now at least 2 relics, potentially, for Killjardy. That one should be able to get home, should be able to get 3 as well as it's defending that. So we're going to have a 3-2 relic spec with Reg.
Yeah, so, I mean,
God
basically worth
damn it.
6.
You should be able to get this off.
Yeah, like, the spears are way too quick to react here. And the sofas are too expensive. You have to remember, like, if this was the Fulani build, B would just ape that, kill the relic, doesn't care. But he can't. Because it's Farimba, his economy is dirt poor in comparison. So that's why you're going to see him just go wide. No, Killjardy!
Yes,
You literally just spent the entire time chasing this army. What? Alright, luckily he'll somehow bypass. Good choice as well. He did go textiles, so he minimized the losses, but Villager lead is starting to build a bit for B.
Yeah, and that's without 2 TC, right? Like, yes, the way to come back from this Villager lead is actually going up to Imperial with that reduced Swabia. You're not going to be there for a while, because you need to make army against Malians, because the way to lose against Malians is they have bigger number.
Smash?
Bigger number smash, yes.
Oh, bigger and better number, though. Like, this is the thing about Farimba.
Ooh.
This is what I was waiting for. The Mansa are coming in. So this is what I meant by the bait and switch. Is B built Sofa until it forced Spear. And also he has Archer, which is gonna force Horseman. Well, Mansa and Musafadi love fighting both of those things because of their high melee armor. Oh my god, he's making it even better.
Oh no, like that's the one unit you never want to make. Oh no.
I mean, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know, but you still have a massive Sofa, and Sofa equals Knight.
I think this, by the way, is someone that B's been really good at, is really just patience around Farimba. We've seen loads of people just say Farimba sucks, but if you watch B's replays, he frequently delays a choice and an investment until he sees a reason or thinks he's forced to reason.
So, I don't want to say just yet, but I do want to stick on my point that Spears is a really good option against Malians. Because of the fact that you have these Musafadi, they don't do bonus damage against these Spears. I don't know how that works out with Mansa, because I've never seen it being played with Mansa.
It's ridiculous because like the logic of this, this actually just counts by building Spears, doesn't hold true anymore. Because of the health, the effective HP in the fight is ludicrous. Like, you just saw me at Veterancy, 125, 4 melee base. right? So, like, for a Vet Spear, who has no damage, that's almost 50% just gone. Now, with the fact they both got the +1s, you are losing 50% of your damage on a slow attacking unit, while paying the same overall cost. So, like, it's surprising just how big of a difference that armor made for the Mansa Musafati.
Yeah, 100%. So, one of the things I do want to like talk about a little bit as well is that I am not 100% sure that Kiljardi knows it is Mansa. Because there has never been a Mansa unit actually being shown yet.
Yeah.
He has never been here to actually scout it. So you might think he's a little bit more forced into playing this style of game because he thinks that B has a much better economy than he actually has.
And by the way, that comes back to the classic issue right now. I feel like I'm trying to give a lecture on it all the time at the moment, which is that Pro Scouts actually loses you something. Even at the highest level, the biggest mistake I see made is people stop scouting. Because they want the food, right? So if you're busy grabbing the food, on a unit called a Scout, you can see the problem that develops here. Like, there could theoretically be an argument that Killjadi doesn't even know it's Farimba. Because when was the last time he even looked over here?
Yeah, and surprisingly, Killjadi is one of those people who actually... I see him actually do this quite often, and I spotted it exceptionally a lot in the 2v2 events, the Elite... the EGC Winter Team Championship, is that what he would do is he would take one of his scouts, because he would actually remake a scout, and he would just shift-click it all over the map, and then would just leave it, and just gather information.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that right here, but he's actually going to get a pretty decent pick here, actually. This is a lot of units going down for free.
He's not looking. Big mistake made there, and also just sandwiched from behind. So
he can't even get out.
Was that 9 sofas going down? Big deal. Killjadi was meant to have to remain defensive. Now, while attacking up, he can look to shuffle out here. I mean, the reason he's able to shuffle out is Killjadi just looks at it and goes, okay, you're clearly raid-oriented, because if you were looking for an all-in, where's the rest of the army?
Second layer of walls coming in. The repair's just going to be buying a little bit of time, but Killjadi now, look at the amount of different amount of units he actually has.
Good God. Not just that.
He's just spamming. He's going up with Keep as well on this big gold vein and the Sacred side. And actually, these two gold veins just complaining a little bit of map generation. A lot on this southern side, so we know where we're going to be fighting for the rest of the game, it feels like. So we're still going to be making it out in, though, as well.
Will be chased down, so he needs to do as much damage as he can. The problem with Palace Swab is it never feels like it's enough. The keep drop, though. Killjadi, this is a bit too greedy. He split his army way too much. And B, the Musafati reveal comes in. And what a blocker as well. We'll be able to chase this down. Cancel does come through in time for old man Killjadi before he gives any resources over. The walls need to come up fast. Now that he knows it's a Mansa Musafati flood, wood walls are not going to last long.
Yeah, this is not going to be great as well. He takes that fight just a little bit too early. Elite upgrades on these crossbows are going to be coming in, and, well, crossbows OP, but we'll have to see. And here's the Springle Towers that I talked about earlier, why they're so effective, right? Can't really dive the eco too much, because they're actually just going to be taken down. But what does Killjadi need to make now? He needs to be doing something as...
He's dying. I guess that counts as something. Like, we talked about how hard it is to oppress Palace of Swabia. It's not looking that hard in this game right now. He lost a lot of villagers on that dive. There's a lot of idle time. We're talking about a substantial eco lead to the point that B can now look to mirror an age up. And what scares me there is one of the secret, busted, hidden powers of Farimba that we don't often get to talk about is when you tech to age 4, you can choose a second unit as well.
Oh, actually, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you can do that, right? So, if you do Mansa Musafati plus Freeborns now...
It's ridiculously effective.
Crossbow don't have bonus damage against either of them, because one is light, the other one is neither heavy nor light. So, unironically, Killjadi mass punch kicked?
Sure. Let me just check my bank account. Oh, I can afford one Red Bull and a sandwich. Who's paying for this?
Oh.
Ah, dude.
Asagri at Bara.
I think he's dead. This is so hard now. The only reason it doesn't look like Killjadi's done is because B is doing the classic Malian thing. Attack multiple points, burn through all the walls, kill the economy. The problem you've got here is, like, unless Killjadi can afford 4 keeps, he can't protect all that economy.
Yeah, and he needs his keep, right? The keep really only secures, like, a little bit of wood. It does deny the entrance, but his entire army is just back now. Yes, he has marching drills, but I don't think he's going to be back in time for this to be particularly defended. And he's even making hand cannoneers, and we often talk about, you know, what counters hand cannoneers, and it's literally just archers. And when you have one of the best archers in the game, hand cannoneers not going to be that efficient.
No, and you know, the other problem here is, like, if he can survive a few minutes, I see the concept of what Killjoy was doing here. Keep drop the north side, then big 2400 stone vein to build more keeps. But, like, how this plays out in practice, and like in actuality, right, is like when a Chinese player goes in Pure Age with a gatehouse nowhere near his farms, right? It's almost become like taboo to not build your Great Wall gatehouse on your farms, right? And that's what we just saw there, is like, it's not just the keep. You talked about outposts earlier, the Sprinter ones. They don't exist on the farms either. There is literally nothing to actually protect Killjadi's key ingredient here, which is food.
Yeah, and we're still waiting. I'm still waiting to, I'm like having my eyes in the top left corner here now, just waiting to see what will come through.
Oh man,
so, training. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, that's going to be doing great on the 51 archers that's here. But yeah, again, Freeborn would be doing absolutely great here. I would not mind it at all.
I think it's 205 health.
They're ridiculous. And then you get elite army tactics as well on top of that, and you're just like, great.
Which is dumb, because the weakness is meant to be that they have no melee armor, and then they get full melee armor from a university tech.
It's gonna be great. I want to see it. So, yeah, this
do we talk about these wolves?
Look, you do patchwork when you need patchwork.
Wait, no,
okay.
I know what Killjadi's doing. He's evolving the game. It's not an RTS, it's one of those tower defense games. You know the ones where it's like...
line tower defense.
Yeah, because like you have to have a route to your core, but you can make that route complicated. And here come the Mangonel towers. They're like you place them in game, right? Genius. Now, we did just suggest that B is a very simplistic AI that A clicks across the map. But he's playing Malian, so theoretically that could be the case.
Yeah, and there's a Freeborn as well, right? So I think honestly what B kind of just wants to do right now is like you have these cavalry units, see if you can get a little bit of value out of them. You don't really care about them anymore. Like he hasn't even has the upgrading queue.
I think you want maybe just a few for Farima. Farima is worth it, but yeah, like mass Sofa into crossbows and what should be spears. There's quicker ways to lose the game, but not many. The Mansa Musafadi, though, we really need to address the Malian elephant in the room. These things are chunky.
Worse than that. Oh no, they're taking a little bit of damage. Let me fall back and go invisible so he can't even find me. And then I'll just heal up.
I mean, the more insane part about local knowledge is like the way I describe it to people is even if you're like going to be revealed, you just activate it. It's just a heal button, right? Because you come out stealth, you heal 25 damage. So like, that's a ridiculous extra value because now at the stage you're so tanky that you're probably not going to die immediately. So you at least get half the heal back. So this unit is closer, like maximum 175 health in a fight. Raw HP. More likely 165, should we say, because you can die before that comes out. But then you add the stats on, right? Like, HRE are probably thinking spears, maybe lance neck. Reducing the damage you take by not just 5+2, add in another 4, we're at 11 armor. He can cap out at 12 melee armor on these things.
As one does.
No, just regular late game things, really. You know, I mean, if a Desert Raider is allowed to do it, right?
Yeah, fair. And again, right, like the important thing to note here is that crossbows don't have armor penetration in the traditional sense. They just do bonus damage.
Yeah.
Right? So it doesn't really matter that they get a lot of armor because it's just straight up armor. And crossbows is just less effective. And they have high base damage, which is the thing you need to rely on. And I do not know how Killjadi is even going to defend this tiny little push. with his relatively slow-moving army and lack of static defenses.
be
And this is not even everything.
Okay, hear me out. Killjoy walks over. He's like, "I have you now. You just press Q." B, just press Q.
You're too close. You're too close to enemy units to
No, you're
actually
not.
go in this. No, you can still see them. You can still see them.
All right, he actually got the heal off that we talked about though.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Yeah,
he's still gonna just break out. This is painful to watch. Killjoy, all this effort, and remember, there's still a win condition ticking for B. These things are obnoxious. And it's going to get even more obnoxious. We have Freeborn coming in mass. We have bowstrings on the way. Bowstrings is very interesting, actually. I think with precision training plus bowstrings, these hand cannoneers are not going to feel very valuable.
Yeah, again, I would rather want to see Launch Connector because they would actually do more damage in total than a hand cannon against poison archers at this stage in the game.
So, I in some ways agree, but like I understand the reluctance because of what you mentioned here, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. But what are you supposed to build? Like the ideal composition against this is
mangoes, like
mangonels and riboldequins.
you literally just make sure you have outposts and you build 8 mangoes and get the crossbars. I think that is literally the only way that he's getting out of this corner. But hear me out. That's going to slow the game down. And the longer you slow the game down, the more a Malian player like looks at the trade post. Like the trade post to Malian players, like, you know, a long time ago Malian's always done the trade, right? And it's like a long time ago you had that relationship that you eventually came to realize was toxic for you. But every once in a while you think about the fun moments, and that's like Malians in a long game. They keep looking, and eventually they know they're going to run back into the arms of the person they shouldn't. And it's going to feel good. Actually, I guess that's not a fair metaphor, because once the Malians do have that trade on, it never actually stops feeling bad. I've got it. The complete metaphor, Cal. You know what it is? It's like, in small quantities good, but most Malian players say this trade's really good and build 140 of them and lose. Sorry, did I just give you flashbacks to a bad relationship?
Yeah, I did.
Well, looking forward... No, I can't even justify it, man. Like, he's... So, this is confusing me a little. Killjoy is going for incendiary arrows while going hand cannoneers. I mean, he has got the crossbows, but against Mansa Musafati, I can't help but feel Serpentine Powder is more important.
I mean, I agree with you. Don't get me wrong, but the problem is these poison archers. Right? Also, build your mill on your farm, please. Thank you.
Nah. Maybe when we add the 8th one in.
Maybe. I think this is just going to be like one big fight, and it's going to be GG. Like,
yeah, definitely. It's like so the issue for Killjoy is this comp is not friendly to arenas because it's relying on hand cannoneers and siege. So he can't afford to lose. B, funnily enough, can. You wanna know why? I just have to press one button, right? Like the military festival, once you stop on the late game, I think people have started to realize it's Malians. The Griot Bara is just so much better than 4th Huntress. It's ridiculous.
And with this as well, like these mangonel shots, they're not doing anything as well either, just need to protect them. It might even be able to take down a couple of poison archers, but then that, what is able to take, like now, okay, there.
I mean, he's almost got a mango kill. B just doesn't care though, he just simply bodied the engagement. The irony is that was not stealth running, that was just Freeborn getting into position. So the entire ranged army was wasting their time on the worst possible thing here. Killjoy steps up and immediately gets put in his place with only 4.5 minutes left on that clock.
I mean, Sacred Side. Oh my god, no way.
Get that man an after-death commendation there. Killjoy.
Medal of Honor.
Saluting him for the rest of the game because B, although he's still ahead, Killjoy just got a completely unexpected lifeline.
Look, the game might be over, but it's not over in
but
4
it's
minutes.
20 minutes longer.
That feels like a mental win for Killjardy, where it's like, I got that.
It shouldn't happen.
I now am in a pretty decent position.
Let's be fair about this. He has got Regnants. He has got 3 relics inside. He can build more mangoes.
You can always build more mangoes, and he is building more mangoes. The big scary thing for me is he's probably only got a single siege workshop, which I think is the one right in front of you. Now the question for me is, though, he's just going to add in trade. He does have the Griot Bara to remass very quickly and take a good fight. But now we're actually getting into the point where a lot of this is actually looking pretty good for Killjardy, because B doesn't have that mango mass, even though he got the upgrade.
Man, I'm starting to feel a bit sheepish about this for B, because this is really bad. I don't know why he thought he could step up this early. He didn't really expect the crossbars to come in, I think. So B just needs to calm down. You mentioned that trade. That's not even started yet. When it's going to enjoy the sheep blocking you. This is a problem. I don't think this spawn is good for trade, because B made this his win condition. The Sacred Site next to the trade post gives Killjardy a very linear direction to move in to stop B's next step. And the Horseman mosh pit begins. No biology, by the way. Like, he's doing all this damage before having bio.
I mean, one thing I do want to shout out, by the way, is B, just looking at your upgrades, beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen it in my life. Straight bar across everything.
Yes. Wait, is there any tech left? I think he may have... Oh, no, come on, boys. We've got to get the lead techs. Anything that he is interested... We even have core architects on the way.
Biology, yeah.
Yeah, no biology. Screw cavalry, I guess.
I think at this stage in the game, like, if you have the upgrade for the Sofa, you just make a couple of Sofa and then just, like, have them in the army and just, like...
They're a support unit. Like, I think he needs it as well. Like, if he actually doesn't switch to Farima leadership, he's going to lose the next fight because of the mangoes. Like, the mangoes are going to carry for Killjardy.
Zerg mass that is coming in right now for B.
I mean, you say coming in
okay,
their
sorry.
own house.
Has been standing there for, like, a while.
Yeah, but, like, the dumb part is Killjardy just lost, like, what, 15 horsemen? But the dumber part is that B, instead of doing some with his army, is running around in circles to the Benny Hills theme too.
Why is C... Wait, we're 37 minutes in game, and why is there a TC being added?
It's a garrison? And
they don't go stone. But the thing that I have is that, yes, you're against Swabia. But
like, why not just trade?
Yeah.
I mean, he has got a lot of gold, maybe. That's fair. But yeah, I can sort of defend the logic from B, and it's because you're now playing out the mid-central resources. There's a bigger risk you lose villages, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's about massing your villagers and, you know, replacing them quickly when you've actually been using them, because again, right, there's nothing inside of your walls / base anymore, right?
But
you're only right. So you're always going to be losing some, like, you're going to be keep dropping soon, you're going to be building these towers, so you want to be replacing these villagers. But now, I mean, the siege mass here for Killjardy needs to be defended. Hankana is actually doing a pretty good job, all things considered.
He needs to do the second wave, though. The mangoes are going to have to pull back here, and that tiny bit of wall might cause a little bit of a problem here. So Hankana is stand their ground. New wave of horsemen are in. Mangoes are getting the reloaded shot out. B, though, I mean, it's just blobbing numbers, right? Killjardy needs to keep pumping. If he can't get these troops to the front line fast enough, he's going to lose the siege mass. So he's going to be able to stabilize, though. Yep.
That wall is actually working in Killjardy's favor. It's working in his favor because the bombards can't target them.
He overextends. Lose both of them. I can't believe that. He's just hiding behind it like a dirty little rat.
I mean, I don't think there's enough here, though. I think it's running... He's not able to replenish faster. Look at B. He's on 190 pop consistently. Kiljardi was down to 120 there for a little bit of a second there as well. And
no, and there's a bigger problem here. Kiljardi is griefing himself. He didn't get biology still, right? Like this, it's crazy the difference it would have made for that front line. The extra time he needed would have been there if he just got the Unitech. So now you got to ask the question, is this intentional or has he simply forgotten? He's forgotten.
No.
So we're switching into Men at Arms against Mass Gunners and Mansa Musafadi.
Look, okay. I'm excited to see how this front line will fare.
I'm not.
Because I just want to see it.
I mean, that's like saying, wow, Cal,
Look,
I'm really excited to see you.
I just want to see it, okay?
I mean, that's like me saying, wow, Cal, I'm really excited to see you take on Mike Tyson in the ring next week. Right? We shouldn't be excited about that. No matter who wins, it's a sad time. But also, we secretly know it's going to be brutal. I mean, the Men at Arms, there's literally nothing on the field that they counter.
The archers?
He's doing it because he wants... Wait, what archers? Oh, there, yeah,
three of them.
That's true. And they can beat the Imam, that is true as well.
Okay, but here's the thing as well, right? It's... Oh, there's biology as well. Okay, so we're getting biology. I wonder if there's a little bit of thought process that, like... Wait... No, B, you're not going for that trade line.
It's the only one that made sense. This is what I was waiting for him to do. He has to. It's less likely to get blocked than this one.
So... Okay, that's fair. But, okay, so back to the Man-at-Arms. So I think it is more against the Freeborn than a Mansa. If he is able to get a pretty good A-move army with the hand cannoneers behind it, I don't mind it as much, actually, because they're able to soak up a lot of damage.
Okay, but here's my counterpoint. At a time where he finally remembered biology, he has switched to another unit, which he does not have the tech for. He doesn't have the army tactics. And that is not cheap. For a guy who has 500 gold income a minute and has chosen to build Men at Arms, you have to ask the question whether he can ever even afford it.
And he's able to get a little bit, sees the trade as well, right?
There are keeps here, so the horseman will be able to do some damage. I mean, they seem to be more fixated on the mangoes instead of the trade, but it's info gained. So it is like back to the Man at Arms though. I think it might work in his. I think it might work in a little bit more in his favor than you think, because like the Janissaries, right? He's scared about the Janissaries versus Horsemen. Like that's where he's scared, right? You mean the Gunners, yeah?
Yeah, Gunners. Sorry, yeah, Gunners, whatever. I think that's where he's scared, right? That's where his concern is, and Man at Arms against Mangonel does do pretty well, can tank a little bit here, and this fight is actually not looking too bad for either side. I mean, decent trades, and never mind, all the Mangonel.
Kiljardi, I mean, he lost it all in the back line there. That's the Siege Works difference. He didn't have the Unitex. This has been the deciding factor in this game so far, as Kiljardi time and time again, despite his best efforts, finds himself a critical Unitech behind. Now it looks like he's starting to break through the front line a little bit. But after you reset this mosh pit, what matters more is that one player can afford to replace all that siege a lot quicker than the other.
Yeah, I mean, Siege was taken down pretty heavily as well, right? I think he's even going to be losing more Siege behind this B. Mangonel is still being shot here as well, but now we can see, right, these trades that's coming in is not the most ideal, as there's just Man at Arms flooding in and being taken down. 24 Man at Arms in queue right now for Kiljardi, and well, more Mansa Musafadi on the map than we've ever seen before. 44 now more in queue. Freeborn as well, not looking too hot right now, but Sacred Site still has not been taken out. Like, Sacred Site is not going, right?
No.
Trade has been started, and trade realistically for Kiljardi at this point is unreasonable due to the fact that the map control, and I think even the bottom side for Kiljardi is just completely walled in by stone walls even. Yeah, so good luck moving out to any trade. Like, you can maybe start trading to the Northern Post. I wouldn't be very...
How did he... I mean, the fact he got this wall up is ridiculous. We have a bit of a problem, right? It's like, I think this is still going to be a very long game. But gradually B will grind down. Because the problem is, I think Kiljadi has been fighting better from a much worse position. He's been behind on techs. He's out macroed. But yeah, every time he at least survives and actually gains some ground off these fights. So there is kind of a problem here for Kiljadi long term. Is like, despite the fact that I'd say he's actually doing better than B in these fights, we are talking about AoE4 that is, like many RTSs, quite eco-centric. AoE4 to a high degree is eco-centric. And you do not have economy on your side. So Kiljadi has limited time to take true control of this game. Oh, come on. This is what, really? Oh, he has
You
got,
shall not pass.
I mean, he's got wood reserve. This the depressing part is like the wall is actually skating. I'll never understand how wall can see people, but... I mean, Malians are essentially Wakanda, so maybe they just had cameras hundreds of years before us.
Potentially.
With a central security system. Doesn't explain everyone else, but at least gets us over that initial hurdle. So,
I mean, siege units that has no human element to it takes population space and
right?
it's a house. So,
guys, we always actually thought that AoE4 took place in the past. What if this is one of those post-apocalyptic futures where tech resets? But you have like some leftover tech. Like, for example, we still have drones, which is how mangonels work. And like they have 3 operators far off the battlefield looking at screens control.
Sharkin actually has a good point though. Like, Siege of Crew, you can see them when unpacking and packing. And they have voice lines.
Wait a second. Can we see him? We got to drill this time. Let's see how...
Yeah, it needs to be when they're unpacking, but you know,
Yeah.
mangonels unpack instantly now, so...
Wait. Here we go. This is tiny win. Come on. He's actually going to use them. Now.
Okay, you can see them there. Instead, we got a front row seeing them taken down.
I have many questions about why that just happened that exact way, but Kiljadi is once again getting some freebies. Needs to as well. He's still got a lot of keeps to do.
And, well, Mansa Quarry on stone right now, right? Passive stone income. There's no more stone left on the map. Can get passive stone from the rest of the game. Perfect.
You remember how several minutes ago,
No.
actually it was more than several minutes ago, no, you don't remember because it's been 47, how we talked about the tower defense game being played here? Apparently B took that personally. He thinks he's a better TD gamer. We've got outpost, keep. Cannon placements everywhere. Ironically, Kiljadi is now the AI.
So, I mean, surprisingly, I've actually been playing, or have played Bloons TD battles with some AoE4 players, so it's not completely out of the picture. But yeah, like this is where you just bunker up, right? You have such a one-dimensional army from B, and you're able to have this just one-dimensional army for B because of elite army tactics, because of their frame by choices. I don't see how Kiljadi can properly fight this without B kind of just moving into the base, kind of forgetting to click A move and just dying to a bunch of cannon towers. But look at this, like the Monster Musafati, they're just tanking a cannon to the face and they don't care. Well, they kind of care if there's 2 of them, but you know, they have dental insurance once.
I mean, you know, just pick up what's left. Like, you know, if a cannonball takes out one of your Mansa Musafati guys, just pick his arms up and run with it. I mean, they're at that point where there's so many, it just doesn't matter. It is all about bodying, right? And the problem I see in these fights for Kiljadi is the thing he actually needs here, desperately, is hand cannoneers. The horsemen are doing nothing because they can't reach the gunners. This is the ridiculousness of the melee armor, right? It's like, the army tactics, I mean, some people had issue with the health nerf. I actually kind of like that they leaned it this way. But we're seeing that there are certain outliers to the balancing that may be overlooked. And Mansa Musavadi in the late game is a pristine example of that. 12 melee armor on a unit that only costs 80 resources. What does Killjadi do? Like, he has to go hand cannon this. There's literally no other option in the arsenal that's going to feel good. Like, archers at this point is not feasible either. There's just no wood left for him.
I would not mind at this stage in the game. Inspired warriors.
Okay. So congrats, we've now given our horsemen 4 melee armor.
No, on the hand cannon specifically.
Oh, okay, I was about to go. We still don't make up the difference. Hand cannon is, you kind of need it actually because the gunners hit for more by default, right? Like it's 38 versus 41.
Look. Don't forget Inspired Warriors works on Siege as well.
True.
So, Mango Shot, backline, kaboom.
This is a great plan.
But opponent has 20,000 in bank.
Well, yep, that's part of but it's not that the opponent has 20,000. Sometimes you really appreciate the differences between people when you measure both of their bank accounts.
Yep.
How am I affording hand cannoneers and then also prelates on top of that?
You take a loan.
Oh, okay, got it. So what we need the devs to do is allow us to install the Medici Bank DLC early, and then...
Oh wait, we're not supposed to talk about that.
Oh, aren't we?
No.
I mean, use the custom civ created by Hussein.
Oh yeah.
That is introduced in the Medici Bank, and then you take a loan of 10k gold. Killjadi's back in the game. We figured it out.
Small loan of 10,000 gold.
It's a tiny loan. I mean, maybe B will give it to you. I feel like that would be the best trolling mechanic if you could like intentionally tribute loan your opponent resources, and then they have a certain amount of minutes to pay it back, and if they don't, something kind of, I don't know, a giant appears on the map and starts breaking your legs, right? Like some sort of loan shark element. Your units start defecting. Oh dear. This has kind of reached the point where Killjadi should have waved the white flag several minutes ago, and now he hasn't. It's like someone who spends 8 years of their life training to be a doctor and then ends up having to be like, you know, a shopping assistant. They're like, why did I bother? This is where Killjadi's at in this game. It's like reached the point of, I spent almost an hour of my life on this.
Yeah, Killjadi is not a player that GG sees.
There's so many cannon emplacements as well. Horsemen are ambitiously attempting a decap here. Unfortunately for him, B sees literally any move you make. Wait, is he like
every move you make, every step you take.
No, we can't do his songs these days. Wait, B, like that. Those poor villagers. I don't think he even gets the wall up in time. But it doesn't matter. I think the bigger issue is Killjadi looks like he's going for a landmark victory. I don't think that's enough. If he was China and these were fire lancers, maybe.
I like it.
I'd like it more if he had the Griobara. Well, here we go, folks. Yourselves in.
For a start, I don't know if the Mansa Corey will actually go down. Does he have the tech? Does he have the repair tech?
He has banker repairs.
Oh,
we have got military festival though. And I mean, Killjadi is just gonna leave when this is done. It's obvious, right? He has nothing in reserve. His remaster is gonna be way too slow. Oh,
I don't even think he's close to winning in the middle either, right?
No.
This is just like...
But he's literally just being held back by Siege.
Siege and Jan is there.
Well, this...
Oh,
this is the type of game that you really wish you could forget about when you've still got potentially many games left in the series. Or you want to. I'm hoping this doesn't just tilt KillerPigeon because I'd be annoyed with the way this game played out. Oh my god.
A banker repairs as well, even if you kill one landmark.
The other one's just
I'd
going
be
to be...
surprised if the Mansa is almost done. Look at the speed of that thing being rebuilt. Is it TC still full? I think the TC is... Yeah.
I mean, it's... Yeah. It's
What's repairing it? Wait, what's... Oh, yeah, no,
that was a weird UI bug. I don't know why I done that. But yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the interesting part is core architects kind of griefs you in those situations.
Yeah, I was about to say... Port architects, yes, of course.
But you know what? We mentioned way too many university techs. KillerPigeon can't afford any. GG gets called. It's now 2-0 in this series. I'm hoping KillerPigeon can find a way of staging a comeback. But right now, B is on a blitzer, and we just watched the HRE fail to blitzkrieg, which is never a good sign. Oh, man. Why do I sound like I do? That is called illness, my friend. There's a show of the commitment to the scene that we still come, we still do the cast, even though I'm dying. Oh, man. Well, I mean, I'm just going to call that game for what it was. That was 20 minutes of I don't know how he wins this. At the end. That was... I've talked about this before with KillerPigeon's style of like approaching these situations. I respect looking for the small percentile win opportunity, but there is also an element of like you've got to be feeling that game, if not from like a mental like tilt standpoint. You could just end up regretting that from a fatigue standpoint.
I don't think KillerPigeon is one of the people that suffers from fatigue.
Are you kidding me? Dude, like, in his ideal world, that guy is in bed by 7 every night.
Okay, yes, but...
Uh-huh.
He likes hanging out.
Yeah, but I don't think we're offering him beer here.
No, like hanging in, I should say. Sorry, not hanging out.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Because...
He's the cat on the motivational...
Look,
like...
I just, like... I think KillerPigeon is one of those people who didn't suffer from the addition of pause. Because he didn't have the muscle memory to click that button.
I mean, this is a guy who almost... I mean, he has the record. I always reference it, like...
That Bridges game?
Yeah, you know the one. I won't let him get away from it. 36 minutes in, down to 6 villages, and still not calling GG. Like there's someone. KillerPigeon's wired differently. By the way, big shout out to I'm Ty Online. Appreciate the bits, mate. Sorry, I didn't see that a little bit earlier. Appreciate the support. We're going into Lakeside for game number 3, and I think KillerPigeon's got a good shot at finally getting a point on the board because B has done something very odd. Look at the draft. Everyone, what would be the weirdest thing that B could pick here that he's got left? Something that, you know, just doesn't really feel like it should make an appearance on Lakeside. Especially when KillerPigeon has Japanese. He went French. And I am slightly confuzzled by this choice. It's not... I mean, the thing is, like, you're expecting Japanese... And sorry, let me just mark the civs that have been used. You're really, like, expecting either Japanese or, what, maybe Ottomans? Did B think that it was going to be an Ottoman pick? Either way, what I will say is this is a really good matchup. For those who don't know, like, French gets annihilated by... the Japanese.
I am going to go on a little bit of a limb here. And I think if Sass is in the chat right now, he's going to be molding at me. I don't mind this as much as you think as the French player, especially not on 4 lakes. How that transfers to Lakeside, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I mean, Lakeside, so for those who don't know, Lakeside is going to have one fish per player, right? Now, the one thing I like about French docking is that you basically save 50 wood now, right? It's kind of like having that Ottoman effect, because you basically save yourself 50 wood on the house because they do provide population. So, like, that's nice. The problem is, your opponent saves so much on fishing that they amplify. I also just think that there's a few different ways Japan can play this, and opening with a few Shinobi isn't terrible because you can out-micro Knights while defending. By the way, to Freddy, who says, 6 ads, I'm out. Welcome to the platform, mate. For the low, low price of probably less than $5, you don't have to give a crap. Look at that. Vikram doesn't have to give a crap anymore. Appreciate Bourbon for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. Also, you're literally getting ads while we're waiting for the game to start. So you actually got the perfect situation. So you're molding about the absolutely most pointless, redundant crap. But if you really are that bothered that you can't see a loading screen, you can always squint and look at the top corner while the ad is running.
I actually don't have that.
Really? Are you on the phone or something? I don't know.
No. Like in general, like when I get ads, I do not have.
Yeah. I mean, I do still kind of like, I get the frustration if it's in-game or whatever, and we try to avoid that wherever we can. But, I don't know. Like, you get crap for free, are you really surprised if there's, like, a catch? I'll never understand that. But wait, did I just... Yeah, so alright, we have flipped correctly. Let's get ready. Game number 3, B versus Kiljardi. We are going to be on Lakeside, the map that offers you one small deep water fish. Can I have more, sir? No, that's all you get. Japanese for Kiljardi bodes well, because French have a horrible time historically against this Civ for a number of awkward reasons surrounding the ponies. Water might change things a little bit. Cal, we were just talking about how there has been a nice little buff to the French in the efficiency of their dot play now being houses as well. Is that really going to be enough to overwhelm the Japanese, though?
I think so. I actually do think that the boosted eco that you actually get here is enough. So the thing is, like, you will never go with the Chamber of Commerce in this situation. Like, you will never go, like, not on Four Lakes, not on Lakeside. I think the only one where you can actually kind of go it is Waterholes, but let's not talk about that map. So the thing is, like, you make a couple of Knights, and Knights deal okay-ish with Shinobi if you micro them well enough. And B is a micro player, so that is definitely a possible. And if you are caught off a little bit with Japanese tech timing, you just make a couple of horsemen delay their Unamusha long enough, because that's what they're going to be making. And then you just age up, make ARBs, and ARBs are OP.
I agree on the arbitrary being the eventual way French can win this, but the way that French typically lose this matchup is before that even happens. So the thing we have to keep an eye out for is Japan is going to fast castle. They always do. With that fast castle, the initial Mount Samurai are problematic for French to deal with, and as you mentioned, the Onimusha follow-up is frustrating. Now, the reason this isn't a problem is because although you could immediately go arbitrary and hold your base, you will then not have map control. You will forfeit something. And one thing I have noticed about Lakeside is one forfeiture which is unacceptable is gold. We're talking about 2 civs that make or break themselves on access to gold. Now, you do have that safe 4K behind, but overall, like, while 8K gold sounds like a lot for, I'd say, at least half the civs in AoE 4, these two are never happy, right? These are like the Schmeagol civs of AoE 4. It's never enough gold on the map because all they want to do is pump into units that drain the coffers instantly.
But it's worth noting, at least when we talk about the gold, it looks really bad with the gold being in front. But if you click on the town center,
it is in range.
Yeah.
And that's great for feudal. But when you're talking about Mounted Samurai or Castle Knights, right, that's where the transitional point is awkward. And we do have the Koka Township build. I mean, I really rate this build highly. The thing I love about the Koka is Kura just doesn't give you options to do anything, right? Like, Kura is good until you're conk. Once you're conk, you mentioned, like, B liking the micro earlier. Killjoy loves his microing as well. And if you are good at microing with Shinobi, it is insane how big of an advantage you can make in the opening phase of H2. Did we get predictions up, actually? I don't think we did.
I'm not sure.
No, let me
Actually, one of the things I'm trying to think about...
Oh, wait, no, we did. Okay, we're good.
No.
We're good. Subsidy 02, thank you for the bits, mate. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to think if there's ever a world on Lakeside where Shinobi will actually be denying the dock.
If you transport ship. But that sounds...
I mean, you gotta walk all the way along the edge of the map.
I mean... Okay, hear me out. Transport ship Shinobi actually sounds better than I want to admit.
Okay, so you build an early transport ship so it's ready in Dark Age.
Yep.
Then you immediately send it over, and then you deny the dock before...
Theoretically, before they get the first boat out. But the catch is, what I'm saying makes it decent, is if they get the boat out, but you wait for the second Shinobi, actually. If they get the boat out, but you have 2 Shinobi, you just ungarrison, sabotage, get back in. Right?
This sounds so stupid, I love it.
I mean, it is dumb, but it's like dumb in a good way, because a spinal ship does 35 damage per strike, a transport ship has 400 health. You can delay the dock long enough that you can then get a follow-up boat out to kill the spirit ship.
And there's no bonus damage as well.
Yeah. So that's the whole logic, is like there's no bonus damage. If you just try to Shinobi into a spiral ship, you're going to die. But the spiral won't be able to shoot you, because there's no hold fire button. So even if you're good at micro, you can't wait until the transport ship unloads and then turn for a shot. We're not going to see the transport ship, but for anyone who's crazy enough, you now have your theory crafted. Good luck.
It's so dumb.
That it might work.
So wait, so what is B actually doing with the ships there? Is he... No, next to the neutral side.
Oh, yeah, he pulled his fishing away because the archer ship timing. It's pretty smart, actually. Like, we talked about the value of these docks, right? Like, usually this would be very expensive, but you need a house, right? So building this dock isn't as bad because instead of, spending 300 collectively, you've now spend 200 compared to Killjoy setting up one dock for 150. Oh, Killjoy, why have you done this to yourself? I'm just realizing that instead of going for the greed, he really is intending to play the water game. Which is awkward, because although the opening of water is really good for Japan, right? Because you pay less for fishing boats. French has this interesting detail that usually gets overlooked about their water, and it's the cost of a spring ship.
Alright, it's a little bit cheaper.
Hey, what? It's 35 resources cheaper. Which is a very interesting number considering how much you save on a fishing boat being 30. I mean, it sounds nitpicky, but like if the game turns into a long feudal water, it is an advantage that scales. It's also about timing. Like B realistically should always be able to get his spiral ship timing out quicker than the Japanese because it's cheaper.
It's also about being able to make knights, right?
Yeah.
We only have a singular knight. We have 2 shinobi. I kind of lost track of that knight, unfortunately.
Wait, what?
Hey, B, you have a little idol there. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you should definitely come and retrieve this villager. Maybe, like, I don't know, Jeanette here should walk out and hold his hand so he can find his way back to the TC. It's very important.
I was trying to think for a second there how I can do a Japanese accent while speaking French.
And also not be racially charged, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you just try to combine Widowmaker and Hanzo, and then it's like homage to Overwatch. But yeah, I'm not even gonna try it.
Ooh,
nice hit there.
Really nice damage up there.
Yeah, fishing boats on both sides, so kind of stagnating this area. The bigger problem is like B is fishing, and Killjoy is not. We do finally have activities coming in from the Shinobi, so nice grief to block the demo follow-up. You have to remember, this is the other cool thing about what B done. He's supplemented his docks, so the Shinobi play isn't as effective.
And I don't think that second dock was ever scouted. I think he might have an idea about it, that like it exists because of the amount of ships.
I'm pretty sure that Killjadi just basically... You'd think you go through the center, but you mentioned earlier the TC placement for the gold. It's also the TC placement for the cliff, right? So you have no reason to come here instead of just going all the way around the back. And there we go. Okay, I don't know what this knight spent most of his time doing, but he did mop up in the end. I believe the shinobi has once again gotten away.
And like, an interesting detail as well, right, is that if you have this, if you have that knight on patrol, it will never be hitting that shinobi. Because A-click and patrol doesn't work on disguised villagers.
True. So you just have this kind of awkward distraction. I mean, it's quite crafty because it's all the focus on water. However, that focus on water has gotten B a win. He's blocked out the fish now. Killjadi does have his tech up on the way, but something that you really need to be cognizant of here is the fact that he only has, what, 9 sheep, make it 8. And because he went Coca, he won't get those farms for free to make the transition easier. This is looking okay for B. I think he made the right choice. You can see he was stopped on the whole time. This is kind of wacky. Going Guildhall, so instead of B trying to contest Killjadi's strong point in the game, he's like, I'd be starting from 0 without knights. I'd rather just try and survive what Killjadi's going to do, and then just get that very organic Imperial play that French are known for.
Let's see what the choice of production is for Killjadi.
Wow.
It's going to be a stable.
I
Wow.
mean, that's
Actually,
so unique. We've never seen that before. Nope.
main problem I have, surprisingly, is the position of this stable.
Yeah, it's very inefficient. He built back on the berries,
And,
but...
well, that's also an issue I have. Sir,
Wait,
sir,
wait,
sir.
I was about to question the depth perception of Killjadi. It's all good, though. He's got it in there.
He's old.
Yeah, I mean, you know, probably squinting at the screen. I mean, he's very old, so he's actually probably using one of those 4:3 ratio monitors.
I actually have to give a little bit of credit to Killjadi. He actually has a sick gaming setup.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He bought a new PC after King of the North.
Damn. I mean, it's probably the second best game PC we've seen in the last year, but damn, yeah, it's pretty cool. So, now we're going to see how effective B's defense strat is going to be here. We talked about the issue of going arbitrary. The good news is, Killjadi right now is doing the worst possible thing, which is trying to monkey noise into the main base. What he needs to do is read this play by B for what it is, and just focus on hoovering everything off the map. It doesn't feel good because the scary part about doing that is you are inviting a later phase of the game on a civ that does not have crossbows. But there is a window where if you hoover relics, maybe even go 2TC, you will be able to breach into his base. Just whatever you do, don't build on a Begisha.
But what about the Bugattis?
They're fast to die.
I hear fast.
There was still that game I watched between, I think it was Voldemar and Killjadi, where Voldemar was playing French. He built Mass Arbalest with Gambesons and then still lost Ona Begisha. So, you know, anything's possible. A bit of a raid there. I mean, you get a worker kill. You need more than that per night. You have to remember that over time, the French are building an economical advantage. On top of that, I mean, B, how many fish are we getting now? I would love to see him just transport ship and dock drop the other side to snatch that away. Because we're sitting at 6 fishing boats right now. Wait, has B's been missing TC production? We have 4 worker kills each side, and it's 43 to 44 workers, which just mathematically makes no sense for 13 minutes in.
It's only been shipped that side.
Yeah, so we've...
So
he's definitely been missing villages quite a lot, actually. I'm trying to think what the rough maths is. I think it should be like, what, 5 villages ahead by now? So it's probably... I mean, it's 3 seconds, so 9 seconds a minute. Someone can do the maths. Well, like basically every 2 minutes you missed a villager. You should be a villager ahead. So yeah, he should definitely be about 6 villages ahead.
So, yeah, B is now fully walled up. And, yeah,
You're right there, buddy.
I'm trying to come up with a point here, but yeah, we're just gonna be hoovering the map. Killcharge is just gonna be massing.
Oh, hello? Good reaction to that B, though.
I mean, they're locked in here, and now they're just gonna be...
Killcharge is on the clock, though. This is the problem. So, if you wanted to find the Civ that I think was hurt most by the Mangonel changes, you're looking at it. You can't play crossbow meta. You suck for it, right? Even if B doesn't for Vs, he'll still win that trade. So, your Mad Samurai failing you, your opponent's hunkered down, you're basically going to have to go Mangoes, right? But that feels terrible in Castle Age. So instead, we're going to have this build that I've seen a lot of Japanese players try recently, and let's just say more often than not it falls flat. We've got Horseman massing with Onomusha.
It is the pure Arbitria counter.
Yes.
Problem is, and this is such a unique French problem. Actually, Pro Scout is coming in as well now for B as well, so he's actually taking some of those there.
Yeah.
Actually securing them. Yeah, as Don says, Horsemen don't exactly counter French expos, because if you click on those Arbitrias for me, please.
Huh.
Yeah, so the reason that Horsemen counter expos is not because they have bonus damage, it's because the fact that Arbitria or expos doesn't have any armor.
It's, you know how earlier we were talking about Mansumi Safadi. Basically, Killjadi is having the same issues in Game 2 in Game 3. Right? It's like he's going to find that instead of getting a lofty, it ends up being 24 bonus damage, I think, usually. Yeah, there you go. So you should be hitting for 25. It's only being hit for 20. And also, you're against a ranged unit, so you have to gap close on top of that. Like, it's so frustrating. On top of that, if B just adds in a small line of knights, you're screwed. The only reason B hasn't yet, by the way, isn't because he's just proing Arbitria. It's because you're worried your opponent's still building Mount Samurai, and knights absolutely suck against Mount Samurai because the deflective armor stops them getting the bonus damage. Oh, and apologies. Yes, it should say best of 7 on the bottom, not best of 5. There we go. Got it. Yeah, folks, we still have potentially at least one more game, but right now I don't like what Killjadi is doing. This is a little bit better. We talked about the 2TC idea. The problem he now has is he has to blow a crap ton of farms to justify this comp.
So, a big issue for Killjadi is as well, he has stopped making units for a bit. Like, I haven't seen that number increase in a while. So, it's fine for a little bit. Obviously, the number on top is a little bit inflated due to the fact that, you know, B still has 5 fishing ships still, or sort of 5 military ships still out on the field. So it looks a little bit inflated. It is a little bit worse than it is, but I am not particularly a fan of Killjadi's position right now. His eco, how it's set up as well.
Yeah,
and this is why I'm like French on 4 legs versus Japan, because honestly, kind of just vibing right now.
I just think the bigger problem for Killjadi here is he got baited into a water aggro that he probably shouldn't have participated in. He didn't get anything out of it in the end, right? He just lost, he fell further behind, he missed his timing window. Also, this map does just have a very hunkered down TC approach that we talked about earlier that's helped him. I'm hating Killjadi's idea here of Sacred Sites because you're basically trying this on the worst possible Civ in Castle Age. This is the only Civ, Mongols as well, I guess, that can't drop a castle in Castle Age, which is very confusing when you say it out loud. You'd have to wait until Imperial. So you've now got to hold for 9 minutes without any defensive buildings, which would be a big edge in these type of engagements. I'm a little bit worried the only way Killjadi can pull this off is if he can get those rotations.
I was scared. That could have been really, really good for B, by the way.
Yeah.
He almost trapped himself.
How does he do this now? Killjardy, I mean, he knows that B needs to react to the sacred side. The goal here is you ideally want B to come out at about 21 minutes, at which point he should have Daimyo level 2. He should have probably about 30 farms total. And that's when you can start affording a lot of horsemen. Now, it's still not going to be the cleanest trade, but it is technically a counter. You will need a lot of them, and it does offer up a world in which you can outplay B.
Oh, he's stonewalling.
What? Wait, so he can't be going mass horseman then. There's no way you want to create funnel points for mass horseman. Because you want to surround, right? What? Sorry, Nani? Did I do it right? You just saw mass arbitrary and you're building samurai. Cow.
Is it...
Take time with this one. So
Is it the heads-up play to the mass horseman from B?
why wouldn't you just build spears?
Is it the heads-up...
They can dive TCs longer? I mean, this is problematic. The only reason I could think that Killjardy would do this is he has way too much gold. So he needs to kind of spend that. Maybe wood's hard to come by because, remember, he's got 4 relics, 2 sacred sites. I think this is just so problematic on so many levels though, right? Like, you'd think Adachi Tech would make it good. It doesn't. Adachi Tech gives you +4 damage. Congrats, you've almost overcame the Gambusons against the unit that now is going to hit you in the face for a lot more. It's really problematic. And this doesn't inspire confidence either. Guys, Onabagisha just hate playing against Arbitrary. They can gap close, but then they're hitting into a unit that has 6 armor when their base is around 9. So, yeah, it just feels like Killjardy is punting units out to try and have an army standing. In an ideal world, his play out of this problem is to go Imperial and start getting gunpowder units. But that's hard to just do.
There's also the investment that is on the stone walls right now. Like, he's put the stone walls in the back of his base, right? So, you know, not getting through there. But where is the siege? Like, look at the mass. Obviously, like, this is lack of scouting from Killjardy's point of view. But you know that this is how this plays. Why is there no mangonels?
Because he doesn't have the choke points yet. We talked about this, right? Like, you need to create funnel points for mangoes to be good in castle. Otherwise, they're just pooping on a stick, right? Like, this is once again comes back to, in an ideal world, Killjardy has an eco lead to go Imperial. But let's really assess how this is truly going to play out. Oh, well, will you look at that? B has got the resources to go Imperial. He doesn't need to sort his gold, but he's sitting on 3,900 food. So, it's probably going to happen in the next 2 minutes. There's going to be a red pounce drop on the sacred side. For that, though, Killjardy does look like he's getting towards a favorable fight. Horsemen need to run by. They just need to bypass this. They're wasting way too much time on the front line of B. Better ripple in now.
I don't want to cope too much here, but the mounted samurai, or sorry, the samurai actually doing a little bit and soaking up a couple of pot shots here. But not nearly enough to actually be justified its worth instead of a horseman.
I mean, I
mean, it's 4 minutes on Sacred Side timer.
Yeah, he's trying to basically just keep B in his base, right? He doesn't want to overcommit, because if you dive, you lose mass, and then the decap comes in. Killjardy is going to win or lose this game based on the Sacred Sides. I respect that he's identified his win condition in his eyes, and is just playing into it. But this is difficult, right? Like, with what B has seen now, he shouldn't feel too scared to just start pressuring. The Arbitrary is still the truly unanswered element of this fight.
Mangonels is the only answer, right?
Yeah. It's
Siege Workshop being dropped on the front as well, right?
It just feels bad because you're going to be building mangonels into your opponent who has horsemen as well, right? Like, I get Killjardy's reluctance.
That's where the samurai comes in.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, we've got Navigisha and Trebs and... help! Okay, so this is a big problem. B needs to just rush the gold. If he goes for an imp landmark drop here, I don't know if Killjadi can actually stop it. He's gonna have to move soon. Like, I'm trying to think how B doesn't win this engagement. He'd have to miss micro. Big.
I mean, it's also the stealth forest, right? Killjadi has no scouts with him.
They both see. They both got outposts. Start step back here. Horseman got to commit. That means Elona Bagisha are getting a good trade there. Arbitrary need to start clearing it all though. Will they be able to? We've got Springhold's beat. We know he loves these Springholds. In theory, good against Elona Bagisha. And good enough. Killjadi backs off again. He has delayed any sort of approach, but not for long here. He's behind on military now. The timer is down to 2.5 minutes. B now moving southward, putting him further away from Killjadi's reproduction line.
Should be a super easy deep cap as well. Might be a little bit tougher than you might anticipate, but I think it...
He's hesitating again.
I mean, the hesitation is killing him, no?
It feels like Killjadi is getting away with this because B's assuming there's mangonels? But there aren't. This is the first time they've been queued up. I'm baffled, man. I think B... Also, these A-clicks in these fights, you can see what he's worried about, right? He's trying to stop the Elona Bagisha from getting on his arbitrary, but really highlight. If you actually do the maths, Arbalest lasts about as long as Horseman up against Elona Bagisha. Right? Because they have so much armor. So surely it'd be better to get rid of your opponent's backline with the Horsemen that counter them. Instead, we walk in again, and instead, we're up to 6 Springholds. This is happening again. We've seen this so often from me. Games that should seem like an easy peasy win. And the Springhold question mark has once again, time and time again, failed him. Could this finally be the time that it breaks his opponent? Bagisha line's been removed. Onamush count down to 15. We are a minute and a half away from a sacred site victory for Killjadi. B, able to walk over now. The Mangos are overextended. Arbalest will go for the trade. But they're diving deep here, and the outposts are not being respected. They're not being cleared.
Relying so much on static defenses now as well. And you can really tell, like, Killjadi doesn't really know what to do. In that fight, there was 2 Shinobi for some reason.
I mean,
now he just needs to deal with these Springholds, right? Can't really deal with them. They're actually doing pretty effective here.
I can't believe this. He's actually doing it. B, so many times, Springholds have lost in games. We've seen it. We've witnessed it in some of the most baffling midweek muster games we've seen. But finally, he has found his counter. All he needs to do is build it against the Sith that is losing to everyone at the moment. Japanese Elona Bagisha have no shot, no chance against the Siege Mass. B will get the decap. And from here, Killjadi has absolutely nothing that can get him back into this game.
Absolutely nothing at all. And look at the income as well right now. And quick question. The guild hall was popped, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Fine.
I just needed to double check. It's now on gold, which means that he's just going to be fully investing into throwing stuff and villagers on food. He's going to get enough gold. He's now just going to be going up to Red Palace after he hits 200 population. Because there's nothing reasonably Killjadi can really do to hold this. And the siege mass is just too insane right now. The counter to siege mass at this point is really just mass horsemen. But you have so many Arbitrias, and we talked about this earlier, the effectiveness that Arbitria has against horsemen is just so unreasonably high. I mean, and this is just a slow bleed and a slow burn for Killjadi to just kind of just think about what he can do in the next game, in the next draft, if we even get to that point.
Yeah. I mean, the idea was to blob horsemen while transitioning siege, right? So the guild hall was your supplement to get horsemen while you're switching to winning gold. I gotta give it a B, man. Like, I've seen him try this Springhold strategy many times, and many times it has been a face palmer. It has been, why are we doing this? But this is the matchup. The irony is you go back to before the siege change. Elona Bagisha hard countered Springholds. They countered most siege. But now, they look absolutely pathetic in the face of this anti-infantry unit. Press comes in. Arbalest front lining just so that the Springholds are going to be protected. And Kiljardi, there's no doubt about it. It's going to be 3-0 on the board for B. No mistakes allowed for the Finn anymore. Otherwise, it's going to be a Finn fast here in the grand finals of Midweek Muster A.
Springer looking borderline playable at this point.
Right? I mean, the irony is we had a game between B and Louis where it looked like B threw the game because he relied on Sprills too much. I remember, like, Beastie had a look afterwards, and he was like, yeah, I think this unit sucks. It's not going to, like, it doesn't make any sense. And I agreed at the time. But, I mean, the question you have to ask here is this a case of Sprills do have a use? Or is it a case of Japan just sucks?
French OP.
Ah, there we go. That's a fair one. I mean, I think French are, like, bordering A tier. They are pretty good. And yes, we are at 3-0. Let me pay out la prediction. Oui, oui. Le baguettes took it. So, Kiljardi, we need to assess the outro of the draft, right? Because if he does survive this game, if he gets a win, we will get a redraft. Looking at what he's got left, looking at what B's got left, B has actually got really good reserve civs for the maps still to play. He's got Delhi for Hallowed Springs, or he could play them into Borderland, Gorge. Basically, he can play Delhi anywhere. English works on Gorge, it can work on Borderland as well. Mongols, if Kiljardi goes Borderland, he'd have to probably pick Byzantines. B could count him with Mongols. So we're probably from Kiljardi seeing either... I think we're going to see Hallowed Spring, actually. Like, yeah, I think it has to be Hallowed Spring. Because Delhi are just really good on Gorge. And you're also still worried your opponent could pick English. I think we're probably going to see Hallowed Spring. And Kiljardi is going to go with Bassids. Has to, right? Let's see if we have confirmation.
I think it's the only reasonable choice.
Yeah, and it's like the problem when you have these reasonable choices and there's only one, your opponent knows them as well, right? Yep. Okay, so it's actually Delhi versus Byzantine. I still think this is Hallowed Springs. Which is...
It can be any map. It can actually be any map.
I mean, if you had to give a map where you think Byzantines have the best shot, though. Hallowed Springs or Borderlands, right? I don't think
can be Gorge too.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone wants to play Gorge against Delhi. Right? Because, like, unless you get that 10% spawn chance thing where it's diagonal spawn, the sacred sites are way too close together. Like, Delhi just gets a really free timing. I guess you could argue that the Byzantines could try to send it. There's a really, like, strong argument that you can dive your opponent early. Hits 400 viewers on Twitch. Appreciate the support. I know the commentary's probably been a little bit annoying to listen to because of my throat, but hopefully people have been enjoying it. Big shout out to Cal for joining me as well.
Mew.
There you go.
Now, there's... Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a redraft after this game if Kiljardi wins this. I'm still not sold that it's 100% Hallowed Spring.
Oh.
Because... Oh.
We have confirmation. It's Gorge.
Okay, so it is Gorge. Okay. This is... I think, like, Delhi has a really, really good option here. Like, the timing that Delhi has with Ghazis is pretty strong against Byzantine. Like, Byzantine has the tools to defend it quite nicely with a barrack. The first thing they do, right, in Feudal is drop a barrack and then they start going into longbows. Mm-hmm. And you can even be potentially looking for some sort of hippodrome play as well. It's not completely unreasonable.
We have seen it before, yeah.
Yeah, we have seen it before, right? But Delhi with Mass Ghazi, They are just too strong, and with Scholars and the timing and this being Gorge as well, with the Sacred Sites being a little bit closer together, and as well as all of the resources being forward except wood, which inadvertently, like it makes Byzantines forced to put their Grand Winery, if that's the option, into a really bad spot. And if they do go for Hippodrome, then their berries is going to be quickly gone, and they still need to farm, and they still need to go out on some sort of resource. And it just doesn't feel good. So I think B here, he is perfectly fine. Yeah, I think he's perfectly happy. Delhi into Ottoman, free win for Delhi. Delhi into Abbasid, free win.
I think and you can't get Hippodrome, by the way. Like, you used to be able to. I think with the Dome of Faith meta, it's impossible now. It's like your opponent just has an easy transition to Greed. And the other issue is, like, they just keep flooding Ghazi in the meantime, right? So, like, why is that a problem? Well, what we realized very quickly about Hippodrome is Triumph sounds OP on paper, but in reality sucks, right? Like, you get one use and that's it. But that guy doesn't suck. What's up, Vortex? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you're having a good stream, buddy. Oh, we've been missing you in the midweek musters, mate. We're going to see you come back and try for the title again at some point. But, by the way, I did see in chat, what was that? So, Pearl Harbor said, as a Frenchman, your English accent is a bit hard to listen to, but love the cast, though. Wait, I'm going to have to, like, assess. When you say hard to listen to, do you mean because you hate the sound of English people? There we go. I was about to say, because it'd be very ironic if a French person was saying you're hard to understand. There we go. Dude, I mean, I wish I had nicknames for my Twitch chat. I just nickname Pearl Harbor Mini Marine Lord.
I mean, you just speak French accent. And then you tell everyone you're a piece of shit.
I do occasionally do the French accent. We can just speak like this for a game and yell atypical French things to hear, like Agotaga and
Sacre bleu!
And Red Bull and Viva la France. There you go. We've done it. Sign up again soon. Great. Looking forward to it, Vortex, mate. Yeah, we might have some interesting plans cooking on providing extra incentive long term to sign up to the weeklies. I haven't got more details to reveal just yet, folks, but what I'll say is, pro players, you'll want to be signing up regularly because we have something very interesting that I'm starting to cook up.
Oh, baguette. Okay, so here's the thing that Norwegian people do a lot.
Okay.
Do you know what they call a baguette?
What?
Baguette.
Baguette.
Yes.
This sounds like you dipped your baguette in soup. Actually, like, I'm not going to lie. It's like an advanced baby saying baguette. You know what I mean? Because, like, they're like, it's cute.
It's cute.
Yeah. So, like, baguette. Right? You say, wait, which country does that? Norwegians, right?
Norwegian. Yeah. Like, my parents says it. They say baguette.
So, like, I mean, because Dragavan is, like, baby age, it'd be hilariously appropriate just have him say baguette all the time, you know? Watched some AoE2 yesterday and asked about the game. Oh my god, they're so over there? What, like, against AoE4? I mean, basically, there's the whole... I think there's been that perception that AoE2 was going to be replaced by AoE4 when it wasn't. It was like, why are you trying to convert us? Like, people have a passion for that game. But, like, the reality is, I've said this before, RTSs are way too small for everyone to take a piss on each other's RTS. Praise and hope each one succeeds. There's way too much paranoia that people are going to steal your gamers. And it's like, it's stupid. People like what they like. I don't know, dude. I think hating on crap is overrated. Praise the things you like. Cheer the things you like. You don't need to war on other games. I mean, I've talked about this before with Stormgate. It actually annoyed the crap out of me how many people were cheering about the death of Stormgate. Or, like, the ongoing death of Stormgate. Like, why? Dude, like... Be happy your game succeeds. You don't need to be happy another game fails. I mean, it's like when people go, I like you over X caster, I'm like, please stop. Right? Like, what you basically just said is I suck so much that I need the other caster to suck more to be better. Just enjoy me because you think I'm better. All right. Let's get ready to see who's going to be better here, though, because we hop into game number 4. And we are on the verge of an awkward 4-0 stomp. B is dominating this series and now looking to close it out in 4 in this best of 7 with the dominant Delhi on Gorge. And Kiljadi is here to let you Redditors know that you need to stop making Byzantine ROP lists and posts, because this is going to be a hard matchup.
It's going to be tough. I think we can start out with this is never in a million years going to be Tower of Victory. But if it does happen, I will be very sad. It's not going to be a Hippodrome play just yet. Because, well,
Can it actually ever be a Hippodrome play?
Well, I still think there's room for it, right? Like, with you starting on your berries, like, your opening is mill on berries. It's the most projected strat that exists.
Yeah.
So, you don't do that, right? It's still an option to go to a Hippodrome and then go into berries. It does delay your mercenary units quite hard, but you don't need your mercenary units that quickly either. And I have a feeling in the group chat that Kiljardi is going to be, what the f***, where's all the sheep on this map?
Yeah, but you kind of snaked him in the end. There was a nice cutoff in the beginning. Kiljardi cut him off around the sacred sites, but now you're in an awkward situation. I think Kiljardi is aware of what's happened here as well. You see, he actually beelines to the south side. So he will be able to yoink some extra there. Really important he does this because... And one of the many reasons why Delhi is just so stupidly ridiculous is they don't need to come home. You mentioned the berries, right? You start on them, you get to rotate as long as you want. That's why, on average, if you had to like look at the highest level of Delhi games, probably on average seeing 60-65% of sheep at least, maybe more. Abba's the same way as well. Like any civ that's able to start on berries. In fact, I've talked before about how I like the idea of the Japanese starting on berries because you can just rush a house down, get Tawara, and then have a gathering rate that competes with sheep.
Yeah, it also, you know, prolongs the... oh my god, Kiljardi.
Dude! You had one job! Scouting, right? No! No!
How many sheep is Kiljardi on?
He is on 8 right now. B has 17. Oh, there, 9. There we go. 9 to 17. I mean, in fairness, Kiljardi got a decent amount off the map because you have to remember we're 3 minutes in and he's actually been touching sheep while B has been just diving headfirst into the bushes, right? So.
Okay, but what about touching grass?
I mean, the bushes are grass, I guess? Does that count?
Sure, yeah, I'll allow berry bushes to be grass.
I remember when I was in Riyadh and I blew their mind when I'm like, you guys need to go outside and touch some sand. They couldn't stop laughing for like a whole minute. There you go. Oh, dude, imagine you're like a gamer in Greenland. Oh wait, no, it works. So you can be like, you need to go outside and touch some snow. There you go.
I can actually just open the window and touch snow from my window because it's snowed up that far.
Ah, you see, that's interesting because if that much snow existed in England, the apocalypse would happen, basically. You know, everything would grind to a standstill. We'd be screaming, running through the streets, going, we can't handle this. My country shuts down at 2 inches of snow.
We actually had so much snow that trains, the tram, and the airport shut down.
You mean they didn't just try and land it by drift kinging, you know?
No, I mean, there's been enough airplane news in the news recently, so...
You know what the ideal situation is? You have so much snow that it's actually a deaccelerator. You just land and just plow into the snow. Just a big puff. So, sheep pull in the end, by the way. Kiljardi pulled off a miracle here. He actually gets 13 sheep to the 17. So what?
I was scared he would. I was scared he would lose it.
Oh no! That would never happen because, as we know, stupid Delhi players, they never do anything but eat berries, right? Yeah, that would actually been painful to watch. So we are at least going to see Kiljardi being able to compete. You mentioned in the pre-draft we get the Limitane opening. Merc House is coming in. Usually if you see Limitane, it's a sure given sign that you're expecting to see Javelins.
Look at B's unit.
What? Wait, did he scout that? No, I don't... He must have. He ran in range, right? So this is big. If Kiljardi saw this, he goes Western. Okay, this is the opportunity he's needed actually all this series. He could get a very big one-up over the Delhi in the opening phase of the game. We'll get an immediate moment of truth here. Yes! Alright, round of applause, folks. Killjardy is not just dead at the start. This is actually really important. The reason I was saying usually go Limitane plus Javs is the logic is if you build Lombo spears like this, like the dynamic is you can have a workable comp, like you'll counter Horseman Spear, right? But where Javelin usually feels better is that you build Limitane, your opponent has to build archers, Limitane are then protected by Javelins, right? And you go for the triangle one step ahead. But because Killjardy was patient and scouted at the perfect time, he now gets to be a mile ahead of the Delhi transition.
This is so weird for me. So, it is pure... This is just weird. Like, I don't understand Delhi. Like, I don't understand B's idea here.
B in this series has done very well on getting a step ahead. Do you remember what we were talking about before? Like, for example, the Malian game, where he queued Mansa Musafadi, and the comp wasn't there for him to counter yet, but he just kept waiting, and eventually it came. He jumped the gun trying to prep the counter, and now he has a comp that would have made more sense with Tower of Victory. Like, Killjardy's patience was the key here. I mean, I say that, but part of it was B also being impatient.
This is so strange to me. Like, why not just opt in for the normal Gazi into a couple pro scouts? Like, he has pro scouts queued
you just
first.
ask B why
I know what I just asked. I'm fully aware what I just asked. But
that's like asking me why have I got an energy drink in my hand? You know, come on. The guy's gonna do what he's gonna do. This is classic B like logic, right? But you know, it did feel like a bit of a gamble. Killjardy, he has a pristine timing here. Like, you know, at 9 minutes he can contest this army and then tech, which is the big window. You remember that Byzantines, they spike around 9 minutes off of like 10 to 15 Lombos, basically for free, plus their main army. And it just allows them to mirror your count and go for greed. Man, this is looking really good. I'm impressed. Sacrifice is going to get capped. That realistically shouldn't be happening. But I think if Killjardy's able to dive in and do some damage, it's worth it at least to give that gold over.
yeah, I mean, it's a great capture timing as well, but...
this is exactly how you can't fight. This is no extension Lombos. Oh my god, what is that one doing? But this is well played by B. So the thing about Lombos is they win if they're able to mass, but Killjardy, he overextended before the second group arrived. So B gets exactly the type of fight he needs, and now he can wipe out the Limitane. Scholars are here to assist. Lombos will at least be able to stabilize, but Killjardy has definitely just hurt his timing with that move.
I don't think he was surprisingly going for timing here, because he was investing so much into Limitane. It was never really floating enough to warrant any sort of castle age play here as well. But Sacred Sites on the south side now is going to be captured. He has greeted out on the deer as well, and he's out on the berries as well, so he's certainly soaking up a lot of pocket resources now, but...
So the timing, by the way, is to do with the attack point. You wait for the second group of Lombos, because if you send them in 5x5, the archers just, as you saw,
yeah, 100%.
They just monkey noise you, right? I'm shocked, man. Like, Killjardy, he had everything else lined up correctly, Steeled Arrow, Undermesh, all these things, but he just didn't... I don't think he respected just how slow these guys are. You know, as you can tell, we're so used to standing still in queues in the England lands that we're not very good when it's time to run, right? Like, these units are way too slow for you to play up like that. It's the classic English Council Hall all-in build, right? Where does it go wrong? Why does it not get done anymore? Because at the highest level, people are very good at just waiting until you do something stupid, right? Believe it or not, when we do these Council Hall all-ins, we always do something stupid. And B done a great job of patiently waiting for that. Killjardy kind of made an unforced error, but we are now seeing that transition. Kind of obvious it was coming when you saw him move on to the deer without any horsemen. So Castle in. I would love to see Cistern the first
Cistern.
Yeah. I think it's a winning condition here.
I think the where he's running is where he's going to be placed.
It's Golden I had a bad feeling this. I get where Killjardy's coming from. Lombos are great to scale. But the opening Cataphract play on a map like this, when you know your opponent is going to want to come out for the berries, could have been in the jackpot.
As a counter argument to that, he's going to be out on the berries if there was any point in taking those berries because he does have pro scouts and he is pro scouting and he has so much sheep.
And I think that's maybe like in KillerPigeon's mind, right? It's like he needs a pivot point against what he knows is happening for free because this Civ is ridiculous. He can still go Cataphracts. I'm just not going to expect it. The problem is the reason why Cataphracts are so good with the Sippy Cups is obviously you're taking a very expensive unit and you're keeping it live. You can't do that without Sippy Cups. So Varangian seems a lot more likely here.
Yeah, and there's no Gaussimas either, right? So you don't have a lot to tank against or deal with the Varangians in a reasonable way. Like, yes, the Gaussies aren't that effective against Man-at-Arms to begin with, but they don't do bad. It's better than anything you've got, right?
Yeah.
But the slowness and the speed of this being produced as well, like he has one more batch of longbows coming now out of it, so he will pop. It will also. Oh no, that's actually just the upgrade. So he doesn't even have enough. He doesn't have enough olive oil to do anything.
No, because he went on to the deer, right? This is why I really thought we were going to be getting system. You know, it's just the whole backbone of this argument of how this comp works is it is longbows, and he lost so many early on. You know, if this was a game where KillerPigeon hadn't thrown away any longbows, I could see this working, right? But that fight definitely cost him too much. He has at least got some olive oil gathering going on here, so we'll finally get an extra Q. The Golden Horn Tower timing should sync up. Okay, no, wait, is it? It is in range, yeah, it's just, I forget how slow it is. So, it's not going to quite sync up, it's got a long way, Synchro Sight's in, B is going to be able to tech up. We're probably looking at House Learning here, and that worries me, because if the idea here is to just Men-at-Arms shove your opponent, he does it better, right? With enough Scholars rushing home blades, Varangian get completely stomped.
Yeah, and you've got a really, really small timing window right here. You have about a minute. Never mind. You have about a minute to actually be able to punish this, and with the amount of with the amount of scholars that's actually being put in research buildings and everything just included, right? It's like the timing window you have is so small. I can't remember the exact number, but a Delhi at some point, I think it's either like 11 or 9 or something. For a starter, your veterancy upgrades are free. And for a second, veterancy upgrades for Delhi is for some reason faster than anybody else's.
Yeah. So right now we're not going to see it because obviously he's got these scholars out in a boot, right, picking up the relics. So we've got 4 relics about to be on the way home. But yes, you can get up to, I think it's like 11, 12 scholars will get you your tech timing in.
A minute 10.
Yeah, it's minute 10. It's ludicrous. And remember, they're not paying for it. On top of that, I love what B's doing because he wants the relics. This is kind of underrated. Pad your timing now by going for a War Elephant. You don't want to be, lances. It won't come up quickly. Like, one elephant can hold a choke point in your base. Like, the only risk you have here is that KillerPigeon floods the main. He has to. Because as you mentioned, due to the Pro Scouts, we are seeing berry gathering at all. The only place that B can be attacked on economy is at home.
And at home is where an elephant is. And look at what is in Q as well. He didn't go Hornblade first. Wait, did he actually get Hornblades? I wouldn't be surprised if Hornblades is like...
Boots first.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hornblades, if you look at the timing on it, I think it's like a minute or something.
It's 2.5 right now.
Okay,
remember, the scholars aren't home.
Yeah.
They'll be here soon.
So yeah, it wouldn't have surprised me if actually Hornblades was already finished at this point in the game.
I mean,
but...
It's deadly at this point. It's just every time we roll our eyes like, wait, they don't have all the techs already? He's been castless for 2 minutes. Come on. Get it together.
Hurry up already. But yeah, the elephant tech being out as well, and 1 in Q already. He did decap one of the sacred side, but the amount of passive gold that we're going to be coming soon is crazy as well.
Yeah, and I think KillerPigeon needed Limitane. This is wild, right? Like now it's in the Lance come out after he has the 2 elephants to defend. Obviously, you're not going to have crossbows coming longbows. Like, this is the weakness of what KillerPigeon has done with his build. He's left himself wholly reliant on the idea that the Mercs going to protect him from range. And although they can trade out against like the crossbow on the other side, it's left you with 0 answers to the elephants.
Why would you get elephants this early?
Oh, wait, the wall.
Oh, that could have been really scary.
Sadly, that stealth forest not quite big enough. So KillerPigeon will be able to retreat away a bit here. Elephant slow to pick it up. are now on the way. Remember, they do have the Mahouts. And the shunts are coming in. Remember, these Varangian have less health. They're not that tanky. Kiljardi, I just don't see how you're meant to bust some teeth here.
The scholars at the back is healing each other. Oh no, well, actually does lose a little bit here, but this is Delhi in a nutshell. They take one good fight and that's all they need. And remember as well, these longbows, they can't run and kite because they're one of the slowest units in the game. They're slower than anything. I think the elephants are even faster than them at this point.
They're almost slower than the scout. It's ridiculous.
Okay, how quick is the elephant? They're 110.
Yeah.
They're barely faster than elephant.
There's 0.02, but obviously due to the longbow attack animation, elephants can just shunt and move quicker than you. So like if you're if you're like, oh, I can just attack, click, move. No, longbows will still get caught by elephants. It's just depressing. And now we have the counter push coming. And Kiljardi, I just don't see any way. He has at least got the olive groves going, which is great, right? But like longbows isn't your solution now. You need crossbow and longbow and limitane. So then you have to ask the question, do you actually have all the permits, all these resources, right? Do you actually have what you need to get all those things online in less than 2 minutes?
And a big problem as well is, one thing that needs to be talked about is look at the relics. BS3, Kiljardi has 2. But Kiljardi put them in his Grand Winery, which means they're producing olive oil, which might seem good, but honestly, what is Longbows going to do against any of this?
I mean, it snipes the crossbows. He needs that for the crossbows. But like the fundamental issue here is the elephants. I'm glad we're finding it in Limitane. Kiljardi, in theory, if he gets enough longbows, can win, right? Like that's the logic now that he's playing with. And in fairness, what plays in his favor here is B is slow rolling this. I don't like that B slowed down. This was the time to go in, right? You wiped your opponent's army. He did not have a transition. Instead, B just hunkers down, and not just that, we haven't even got him getting the extra attacks. You totally forgot about the House of Learning after you upgraded the elephants.
Elephants is all you need anyways, right? But a big problem for B, and, well, that is why it didn't attack, right, is Byzantine's ability to just remass.
It's true. With the Conscriptio, they do pump out like crazy, right? And you're already seeing it actually by the raw count of Limitane. Taking him only 12 seconds per. And of course, with those olive groves, he can now afford that long term. I think
he was trying to be a sneaky too. He's even taking the dare, right?
Yeah, he's snatched them away. I mean, at this point, Kiljardi just switching to olive groves. But what B can do now, I mean, he could just go for the wall in, Sacred Site Cap, and Imperial.
Yeah, that has to be his plan. Look at his queue, and look at his resources.
He should definitely be adding in extra scholars, right? Like, usually feel better towards 20. I think there's been some slip-ups here by B, like not constantly producing out of the Dome of Faith. He also did have that giant gap on House of Learning. That's now being fixed, by the way. Pate's coming in 1 minute and 10. Not really going to get you close enough to the Lombo straight away. Someone I think that's really underrated for Delhi in this position, but we don't see enough of, is actually marching drills. That is queued up just behind Steeled Arrow, though. So that will give him the rush in to get on top of Lombos if Kiljardi's positioning is not chef's kiss.
Forced March is so fun to use. It's just fun.
Right? Like, I kind of like, every time I say, I was like, why don't more civs have this, man? This is like a very interesting high skill ceiling potential ability. It does make Mongol players feel pretty sad, though.
That's true.
Right? Like, congrats. You have to use this dude that activates an arrow that makes you move a little bit quicker, or play Delhi, and any of your infantry, they just have it. They inspire themselves to run fast, you know?
Kiljardi, though, is going to be trying to break out of his base. It's a pretty decent army on both sides, but honestly, those army numbers are looking a little bit inflated for B, it feels like, mostly because of, or deflated, I think I should say, because of both the elephants and the scholars. It's really hard, but we need to take a straight-up fight now. The Mangonel needs to be taken out quickly. Good shot, but Limitane on these elephants, though, going to be taking quick work of them, and longbows as well, being microed perfectly onto the backline as well. Need those down as soon as possible, and yeah, this looks like a pretty good fight, but I think the army numbers speak for themselves at this point.
It's not enough. I mean, the problem here is the war elephants just took so long to get wiped out. So he will at least be able to shove B back a little here, right? But the problem I'm seeing is the exhaustion. It costs him way too much. I mean, you would think that 40 Limitane rushing into 4 elephants would end well. But we've seen it so many times now. It's undeniable at this stage. This unit is not reasonable. The only counter to War Elephants is crossbows. Anything else is death, as the Mass Limitane just learned. And now, a Killjadi looks like he's about to be killed and put in a jar on B's mantle. He's got barely any standing force. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking. We're already back up to 2 elephants. And next time you fight, the skulls are going to be there patting on the back.
Yeah, that was pretty much the only thing missing. The elephants would have survived if the scholars was there, right? But B was a little bit reluctant pulling all of them, mostly because he still had some text that was still, like some key text that was still missing. And yeah, now we're kind of just waiting to for B to slaughter Killjadi so he can go home and take the crown with him.
And Dive's coming in, trying to Golf Groves that you need for the remass anyway. 16 longbows, but what is the worth, really? B, okay, we get it. You like Springles. We understand. I'm not going to give him the credit on this one. But, you know, another cool thing actually about that fight was the Siege Workshop location. It just stopped those Limitane even getting around efficiently. And now, Limitane are going to be forced to dive into Springles. Now, Shield Ball will make them a bit more tanky, but nowhere near tanky enough. In fact, they line up perfectly to get penetrated.
The Shield Ball even work against siege damage?
It's not siege, it's range now. So yes.
Oh, it is.
And yet still, it is completely irrelevant. Oh my god. Well, Killjadi, confident, believed he was just going to run away with this. He even played Chicken Little, said, I want to hide my strats for the big tournament next week, so I won't sign up. He had an opportunity to start this year big with a win. Instead, B is able to come back and bite back in a big way. Remember, guys, we had the All-Stars over Christmas in which actually B fell victim to Louis MT 6-2, in which Louis MT kind of made you question where B was coming from, but this series felt like a little bit of a redemption arc. Obviously not against the Chinese Prodigy kid, but a formidable opponent in Killjadi, and one that he was able to 4-0 sweep like it was nothing.
These Springles, they're supposed to be weak to range, but the ranged mass is just not there. And even if they walk up, a Mangonel is going to be right there to take them down. Elephants now going to be working on the cisterns, going to work on the landmarks. Most of these olive groves are pretty much idle, and they're going to be making some very, very bad wine, or if that's what you want to work.
Those grapes have been unharvested so long they've turned to raisins. This is...
Yeah.
There's no way he gets anything back into this. I mean, Killjadi, back to the drawing board, my friend. I'm just going to bluntly say, I think as this series went on, these games became more and more and more one-sided. The most competitive, arguably game 1 when we really think about it. Yes, 2 was long, but this just felt like annihilation. B is going to make it a swift 4-0. No opportunity for a redraft. He will be your champion for midweek muster number 8. Now, guys, if you have liked what you're seeing here, if you've been enjoying these, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're following. Make sure you check out on the YouTube if you haven't caught them live. A lot of these will go up there. Recommend watching the VODs there as well, because Daddy Twitch doesn't like to pay us for our VODs, but YouTube does. And make sure you guys go check out Cal. He occasionally does stream. Usually likes to do some team gameplay where you can blame someone else for the win or loss. And
Can confirm.
And I believe, Cal, you're signed up for KPM M9, right?
Of course.
So there you go, guys. Go get signed up. We still have a few slots available. He's there most weeks. You could slay a cow or be slayed by him. There's only one way to find out. I'll see you all in the next midweek muster. Oh. Boo! 4-0s. Ah, yes. TO's nightmares. Oh, I'm glad we had the semi-finals beforehand. Bloody hell. That was... It's always like, this is why I prefer to have one semi-finals before grand finals, is because otherwise you end up with potentially less, like you could actually end up with like 2 hours for a day, for the final day. Oh man. But yes, big props to B. Not just one on the belt. Curious to see actually who we got signed up for next week. Let me actually have a look at the Midweek muster. Let's see who we've got. I'm gonna flashbang everyone. You guys ready? Yes, we know you're a vampire. Interview. We don't usually do interviews. Maybe in the future, but I won't change it just yet. So we need. Wait, wrong thing. What the hell is that scene? Oh, that one's like an unused one from a long time ago. So
It could have been there. What the hell?
yeah, I need to sort that one out. I do actually have a scene ready for that stuff. It's just it was very impromptu. So Anavaku's back with Red Darksider. Kiljadi signed up. I mean, he said he wasn't gonna play, so we'll try and figure that one out. Sasbi, Cat, Miyamaika, Elona, Myriad, Lash, Scarlet Devil, Numidan, Starflark, Dragavan, Dimu, M7, our boy Voldemar making a return. Cal's there. Kazi Johan signing up now as well. Got MSN DK, Gully Deco. Wham was back. That's a very pleasant surprise. I wasn't expecting that. Stay Frosty, Striker, and Jondo. So there is room, guys. Remember, we have 32. There's basically 7 slots just ready and easy to grab. So definitely go sign up if you haven't already. Sign-ups are available for 9 through to, I believe, 12 by now. They should be available. But 9 starts tomorrow. I think sign-ups are still open. I'll double-check with Tume. Considering there's some wiggle room, if people definitely want to play and reach out to him, I'm sure he doesn't mind slotting you in last second there. Blimey. But yeah, part of me wants to keep going because it hasn't been that long of a day, but at the same time, I probably shouldn't. I should probably rest my vocal cords.
Yeah, maybe you should, because yeah, you definitely should.
Voice edge.
Voice edge.
Alright. The worst part is usually Fridays can be one of the longer days, so we'll see how I do. But thank you, Cal. Happy to have you on, mate. Made it a little bit easier on me.
No problem.
Oh.
And it was a great way for me to not eat dinner with my parents.
Always important, no matter your age, to avoid your parents. Anyway, yeah, I'll give you a little shout out. There you go, guys. Make sure. Wait, what? Shout out didn't even work. Slash shout out did. Yeah, I'm actually surprisingly very hungry. There you go, guys. Go give Cal a follow. You gonna go live, Cal?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
Because you can get a raid.
I don't want it.
Last time I bloody asked.
All right. Well, I'll be heading off. So see you around and see you tomorrow. Yay.
See ya. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate it, mate. All right. So yeah, Cal doesn't want you guys. Outrageous. Can't believe it. But yes, thank you everyone who's been tuning in. This week has been a bit interesting. Obviously, we had a bunch of no names not sign up. This second week coming of 2025, I think has been a little bit awkward, as you heard, for like sign-ups. We have less than we were kind of expecting. Trying to figure out ways to solve that problem, because the goal is obviously over time you want to see more and more people signing up. That shows that it's growing in popularity. What I don't want is less participation. That puts us exactly in the opposite direction where we should be going. But yeah, I mean, the viewership hasn't been too bad this week. I think All Stars set a really hype expectation going into 2025. But yeah, like I was saying before, I still need to sort the YouTube side. I'm still looking for someone to bring in. So if anyone actually has got experience or is interested in becoming a YouTube manager, reach out, because we had a plan going in 2025, but that person is now, I don't even know where they are. So definitely looking for someone to fill that, because I think YouTube is still a really big part of growing the rest of it. But we continue onwards. We are working on some very interesting plans. Not going to reveal exactly what we're doing just yet, but rest assured there are some ideas being evolved right now to amplify what Midweek Muster is. So yeah, but I think I'm going to give my voice a break. I need to go eat. I need to rest my vocal cords, because tomorrow, guys, we will be back for Midweek Muster number 9. You just saw the player listings. The seedings should be sorted soon. And then we should be live at about 3 p.m. CET. So 3 p.m. CET at the latest should be when we're aiming to go live. And then hopefully we'll have plenty of live series to sink our teeth into from the round of 32. Who knows, maybe some round of 16s. I imagine some people probably start even sooner. But what I'm going to do, YouTube, I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank you very much for watching, guys. GG. And then Twitch, we're going to hang around for a minute or two as we find someone to raid.